Afternoon. Welcome to the regular board meeting of the Hollister School District. We're calling the meeting to order at 4:31. I will do roll call. This is not the right one. Trustee Toasty?
Here.
Trustee Martinez?
Here.
Trustee Grist?
Here.
And I am here, so we're all here. Do we have any public comments?
No, I don't have any. No public comments.
Okay. Then item number 4 is the Hollister School District Board of Trustees interview and provisional appointment for trustee area 1 vacancy. We do have an applicant, and so I'm assuming that's you, Ms. O'Connor. Would you like to come up to the podium? Welcome.
Thank you.
We can.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
You want to keep that one? Is that yours?
That was the one that was yours. So we've had a little discussion, and the majority of us realize that the questions that are there are ones that you answered before. Do you have any questions for us?
Not at this time, but I'm sure I will have a ton.
Okay, so I guess then we appreciate that you applied once more. I personally am happy to see you face to face. Last time I didn't have that advantage.
Oh, that's right.
And it really made a difference in trying to deliberate and all the rest of that. So
And it was dark and the power was out.
So maybe if you could just tell us why you're reapplying and what you hope to do as a board member for this school district.
Okay, sounds good. Is this okay, the volume all right? Yeah, okay. Basically, the reason why I reapplied is I love my community. And I retired from, actually I started teaching in 1980. And in the 42-year span, I managed to put in 31 years of STRS work. I did have some time off where I was selling real estate full-time. I was part-time many, many years contract sharing at Sarah Vista when I was raising our 4 kids. So it's home to me. This is my community. This is where we raised our kids. Our 4 kids went all the way through the Hollister School District and San Benito High School, or Hollister High now, and this is where I live. And if I can do anything to be of service to my community, I'm happy to do so. Recently, I was selected to be a board member for the Workforce Development Board. And I'm hoping in that position, which is it's a very small position, but I'm hoping to help write some grants for the County Board of Supervisors and bring in some jobs and some education and working with the other people. That's what I'm hoping I can do. Not that I would write the grants, but I could help research them, bring them in. Whatever gaps that we need to fill in with finances or with trainings or whatever, given my background in education and I have a lot of experience with budgets. I was the coordinator of special projects in magnet schools when I was working at the district office, and I oversaw quite a few state and federal categorical budgets. And then I went on to run the migrant program, and then I left and went to the Santa Clara County Office of Ed for 4 years. And in that position, I was overseeing 23 school districts' Title I Part C budgets, meeting with the CDOs and the directors and superintendents, and lots of meetings. But I learned a lot about how state and federal categorical budgets work together. And I'm hoping to bring that type of a budget background to wherever it's needed if I'm chosen to be a board member. I've also, when I was with the Hollister School District, I was, they called it BITSA back then, now it's called induction. I was the BITSA advisor for the Hollister School District in conjunction with UC Santa Cruz New Teacher Project. And during that time of training a bunch of teachers, fast forward 20 years, and now so many of them became superintendents, principals. I mean, I could name them, and they're doing fantastic. But I remember back when they were crying on my shoulder and were about to quit. So if there's anything I can do to help support our staff, our teachers, our classified staff, to feel comfortable in doing their jobs, then I'm happy to help do that. I did work at the Dual Language Academy, teaching 1st and 2nd grade, and I absolutely loved doing that. When I was at Sarah Vista, we had we called it the integrated primary, and I taught in the integrated primary for 9 years. It was a school within a school, and it was grades K through 3. The kids were all leveled according to their reading and math ability. Like I would have 3rd graders who had learning disabilities in my 1st grade reading class, but then I would have in my 2nd grade math class, I would have kindergartners who could add, subtract, multiply, and divide in their heads. So I'm hoping that anything that's creative and innovative that we need to bring and possibly try out, that I might be able to contribute something like that.
Wonderful, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So we realize that this board has a large amount of time. It's a time commitment.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see any problems in that regard to be present for meetings, special meetings as needed, and things like that?
No, I don't. At this point, no, I don't think so. I can't do it every day, but as often as I need it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, generally it's one regular meeting,
Oh,
but
yeah.
then we have, special board meetings as needed.
As needed. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. I do have a new grandbaby being born in Tennessee, September 23rd, so I might be gone.
Okay, that's good to know. Does anybody else have any additional questions?
I would like to ask, what do you see as the primary purpose of a board member?
To, one, help guide the superintendent, and to help listen to the community. Our community has their thoughts and ideas, and being a voted position, usually, you should be listening to your constituents or whoever's in your boundary area and bringing their ideas, their thoughts, their concerns to the board to talk about. And then, of course, there's board policies, and whatever the board policies are, we need to make sure that they're up to date and that we're enforcing them to the best of our abilities. And of course, to follow the ed code.
Yeah. One of the hardest things that, and all of us struggle with it, we fly 30,000 feet up.
Mm.
We don't touch the ground. And we have one employee, and that's Eric.
Yeah.
So we have to be very careful of that. We can suggest, we can want to try this, what about this? But it all goes through one person.
Right. And that makes sense.
Yeah.
Otherwise you'd have confusion.
Right. So, and when you're in education, as long as we have been, I found it challenging, but you'll get the hang of it.
Yeah. I'm just hoping that there's trainings, because I don't want to do anything unethical or illegal or say things I shouldn't say or talk to people I shouldn't talk to. I would just desperately want to be trained as much as I could be.
There's a master's in governance.
And there's a new board member orientation through CSBA. Plus, we have a new board member orientation that between Superintendent Sanchez and myself, we can help you get acquainted and make sure that you have all the current data for the district and ask any questions that may come up and things like that. And the other thing I want to just emphasize is we are one vote of 5 people.
Right.
So in deliberating, we need to find consensus.
Right.
So
that makes sense.
I just want to make sure you're aware of that.
We respect that.
Yeah. Dissent is not an issue.
Yeah. We respect everybody's right to believe whatever they want. and that's
Exactly.
okay.
Yeah, and that's why you have 5.
Right. Okay, anybody else?
Number 8, describe a functional board meeting. What are the objectives of a functional board meeting?
Well, normally you would have time for people to come forward and do their 3 minutes of public comment, so you can kind of hear what's going on and who wants to say something. And then whatever the agenda items are, to discuss them if they need to be discussed further. I'm assuming a lot of them get discussed in closed session, but whatever needs to be discussed, and then to vote on the items that need to be voted on. And a lot of times there's just a whole bunch of consent items that just get voted on as a whole package. And then to just really be good ears and listening, and hopefully there's not crazy board meetings going on that go on till midnight.
Oh, we've had that.
Every now and
Oh,
again.
no.
We're working on it.
You guys are laughing, this is bad.
The times when it has happened, that's because there's a lot of public,
Right.
yeah, public interest
Mhm.
and, you know, need to be seen and heard, and that's
Right.
our objective anyways, right?
Right.
So,
And it's important.
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, anything else?
Uh,
Do you have any questions that came up during our questioning of you?
No, I really, my biggest concern is that I would get some kind of training, because I totally need it, I'm sure. I'm a newbie.
We absolutely encourage and have
Yeah.
the means to provide that for
That's
you.
good. That's good.
Great.
And one thing I will say is that you're going to find that Superintendent Sanchez has put together an incredible academy. They work well together,
Good.
and it has been the way that it is structured that we go through her. So everything's streamlined, and things get taken care of, things don't get misspoken or any of that stuff. And I think it's very smooth, don't you guys agree? You know, going through Superintendent Sanchez. So it's really worked out well.
That's good.
We have a really kind of a smooth system, I think. So, and I clearly think that we have a great cabinet here. So,
Very good.
Wonderful. All right, well, then it's time for us to deliberate. So does anybody want to start the discussion or make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve Kim
O'Connor.
O'Connor. I'm a little uptight, I have surgery tomorrow.
My husband's Irish, just remember that.
Kim O'Connor for, what's it called, an interim? Or what's it
Area
called?
1 vacancy.
Area 1 vacancy,
Yeah,
trustee.
I'll second.
okay, is there any discussion? Any further discussion? Okay, let's take a roll call vote. Trustee Grist,
Aye.
Trustee Martinez,
Aye.
Trustee Toasty,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. So welcome to the team, Ms. O'Connor.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you for stepping up.
Appreciate it.
So, let's see. I need to administer the oath to you. So if you could raise your hand and repeat after me. I, and your name,
I, Kim O'Connor,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly
or
swear
affirm
or affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Great, congratulations. It's official. So, yes, as an active board member.
Goodness gracious.
We're going to invite you to the dais.
Do you have a copy of the?
Whole thing.
That's
It's not bound, but
400 and some odd pages.
All right. So do we have any public comments for closed session?
No public comments. I don't have any either.
Okay. And so can I get a motion to convene to closed session?
So moved.
And a second?
second?
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we will convene to closed session at 4:47. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We're going to call the meeting back to order at 6:04. Can somebody lead us in a flag salute?
Ready, salute?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Number 10 on the agenda is community and student or staff recognition.
Good evening, board and audience members and cabinet team. This month of July, we have the opportunity to really showcase in a very brief, and I'll stress the word brief, manner, our summer school, both extended school year ESY and general education summer school happenings, and our day camp, the first ever day camp that we as a school district held. So there have been many people that have been involved, from the educational services department to student nutrition to maintenance to our classified and certificated staff that had a hand in providing a robust approach for our students. So tonight we want to thank all of them, and we're just going to show a few pictures if we can scroll down. We had services at Calaveras School, Aro Hardin School, Rancho San Justo School, and Sunny Slope School. If we could keep going. We had assemblies, we had dance, we had music, instruction and creation, we had campus-wide book activities, and so on. If we can continue going. I do want to publicly let the board know, again, that we will have a more robust report on summer school and day camp in August, when more of the staff will be present. But for tonight, since we successfully and safely finished summer school and day camp on July 14th, I do want to take a moment to just publicly thank everyone who was involved, because it took a whole village to get this done. And it was quite the feat and quite memorable for our students. So thank you, everybody involved.
Yes, thank you, everyone. So closed session announcements. There are no closed session announcements. Item 12 is an approve the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
We need to make an amendment?
No, it turns out that it fits under one of the already.
Oh, okay, all right. So I make a motion to approve the agenda.
A second?
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Grist,
Yes.
Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
Trustee Tosti.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well, passes 5-0. 13 are our reports. 13A is a demographer's report prepared by Davis Demographics and Planning. You're the person, Erica, yeah?
Yes. So tonight we will have a presentation by Davis Demographics and their data management team. We have a presenter who will be joining us tonight. His name is Isa Hoya, and he has been working on this project for some time. So we appreciate his time tonight and the time that he has spent in researching our district, researching the data, the demographics. The board and on the agenda you have before them the presentation, but also the longer demographics report. So that is also available to the public, and he'll be joining us shortly. Good evening, Isa. This is Erica Sanchez, the superintendent. Are you able to hear us? Let's see, we're not able to hear you. You might be muted.
Yes. He's unmuted.
Can you please repeat that, sir? We can hear you now.
Okay, I'll try to speak louder. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, board and cabinet and superintendent for giving me the opportunity here to speak before you and present the demographic study and the findings on the study. And if you guys don't mind, I'll go ahead and share my screen here and walk you through the PowerPoint presentation. And if you guys can see my screen okay, I'll go ahead and proceed here. Great, thank you. So this demographic study basically consists of student population forecasts. So these are resident students that are anticipated to be living within the district boundary and enrolled in the district schools from fall 2022 through fall 2029, which is the next 7 years. And this is based on October 2022 enrollment in the school district. So again, this study is based on resident student population, forecasting student population that is due to be living within the attendance area boundaries, district attendance area boundaries, and the district boundary itself. And if I might move on, just giving you a brief background of what was done here in order to complete the study. Our study is based on geographic information systems data. So we collected your student records, we mapped it to identify where these kids lived and how many kids live in different areas. We also researched different population characteristics for the school district in order to help us generate those student population forecasts. We also acquired the latest parcel and street data from the county GIS department, which helped us indeed map the student data and map the district boundaries and school locations as well. We also researched residential development to help us forecast how many kids are going to be generated from this anticipated development within the next 7 years. We also calculated specific factors such as birth data, birth rate factors, which helped us forecast the kindergarten classes that are due to be enrolled in the district over the next 7 years, and the mobility factors, which use the previous 4 years of student data, mapping that student data and identifying in and out migration patterns that are occurring within each of the districts. And I'll go more into this, more into detail over these factors here in the next couple of slides. With all of this data collection and factor calculation combined is what helped us generate those current student population forecasts for the next 7 years. And as I mentioned, we did collect the 4 years of student data, fall 2019 through fall 2022. And as you can see on the screen, this is just a little preview, a little example of what the GIS data looks like just a screenshot. And the purple dots represents where students live. And so we're able to identify how many kids lived there as of fall 2022 and the 3 years prior as well. Once we mapped the student data, we were able to generate something called the attendance area matrix, which helps identify inter-district transfer patterns occurring within the district boundary. Identifying how many kids live within each of the attendance areas and how many kids actually go to their assigned schools versus those that choose to transfer to another school district school. And in this example being shown on the screen, we're showing the elementary attendance matrix example. So there's an elementary attendance matrix and a middle school attendance matrix, which is included in the full comprehensive report. This elementary school attendance matrix covers all of the students from TK to 5, starting with the top section of the table here above the resident students, showing strictly resident students and special category students such as out of district, special day class, and TK at the bottom. So as an example, the way you read this matrix is the attendance area column is listed on the far left. So these are all your elementary attendance areas showing all the resident student population. So for example, within the Calaveras attendance area, there's 500 as of fall 2022. there's a total of 500 kids, grades K-5, living within the Calaveras attendance. So out of those 500, there's 351 that are actually living within the Calaveras attendance area and attend Calaveras. And so, as you can see here, these columns that I'm pointing at here are the schools of attendance. You could see as you take a look, a general look at this attendance matrix, just one thing to point out is the Dual Language Academy is a popular school for kids to go to. Again, it's a non-bounded school, so it's not going to be listed as a row, as its own attendance area, but it is an actual school in the district listed under the columns here. The highest enrollment comes from the Rancho Santana and Sunny Slope attendance areas here, with 121 K-5 students and 113 K-5 students from Sunny Slope. Other larger numbers to point out here, just as a rough example, and again, you could take a look at this and analyze it even further and take a look at it closer. But within the R.O. Hardin attendance area, there is 51 students living within the Hardin attendance area, K-5 students at Calaveras. When you take a look at the district, the out-of-district students, there were a total of 83 K-5 out-of-district students. And most of the out-of-district students, a majority of them did attend the Dual Language Academy. Then you add the special day class students, which are, as an example, these are students that that use a separate classroom for special instruction for most of the day. That's what gives you these. Yeah. Yeah.
Volume issues, it's sounding muffled. We've tried on
Okay.
our end. I don't know if there's a different maybe mic that we can use on your end.
Yeah, let me try to speak louder.
Right now,
It is better. Okay. Maybe if I speak at this level of volume, hopefully it'll help. Please feel free to interrupt me again if it's still sounding muffled. Did you hear me okay? Okay, great.
That's better.
Okay,
better.
great. So the last row I wanted to show you guys here is a TK student. So these are actual TK students that attend the school district. And you can see here the number of total students that are enrolled in each of these schools. And it's got an even distribution of enrollment with, again, the Dual Academy students having the highest enrollment in TK of 38. Not that much different than the other schools. But that's how you would read that attendance matrix. Again, the top section above the resident student row is the actual resident students, grades K-5. So just to go over that example again, in case you guys didn't know, these are your attendance area boundaries, and these are the number of students living as of fall 2022. And there's a total of 500 K-5 students living in Calaveras. Out of those 500, there's 351 students, grades K-5, attending Calaveras and living within the Calaveras. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think that would be great. Yeah, I'm not sure if I should provide you with my number. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Going straight to voicemail. Hello? Yes, yes, I'm going to put you on speaker.
Great.
Okay, much better. Thank you.
Okay. Let me see if I can mute my Zoom presentation because I'm hearing an echo at this point. Do you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Yeah, please feel free to interrupt if you guys can't hear me for whatever reason.
It's better.
Or do you want to start again?
I don't know, do you want to start the page?
Because I didn't understand a word he said at the beginning.
Okay. Would it be possible for you to restart your presentation so that there could be a consistent volume? Thank you.
Yeah, I can restart it.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, just to restart the presentation, I do apologize for the mic issues here. Just to restart the presentation again. Again, this is a demographic study that we recently completed based on the fall 2022 student data. Basically consists of us forecasting student population over the next 7 years. And from fall 2022 through fall 2029. Just to give you a little background on the data collection process, this study is geographic information systems based, meaning that we map the 4 years of previous 4 years of student data, including the fall 2022 student data, and identify where these students live in relative terms to which neighborhoods and which attendance areas. We also researched area population characteristics, acquired the latest parcel and street data from the GIS county department, incorporated new residential development into the projection. So we actually researched all the development that's due to get built in the district over the next 7 years that's been approved in order to generate and identify how many kids are due to be generated from those housing units. We also calculated the specific factor for Hollister's school district areas, such as birth data, collected birth data, which helps us identify the incoming kindergarten class over the next 7 years. We also did something called mobility, which not only did we collect the fall 2022 student data, but we also collected the previous 3 years, which helped us identify in and out transform migration patterns occurring within the school district boundary. All of these factors combined and all the data set collection is what generated those population forecasts. Just to give you a sample here of what the GIS data looks like, what you're seeing on the screen here is the attendance areas, the elementary attendance areas, with the purple dots being, with students being represented by purple dots here. So we're able to precisely plot where the students are located, therefore be able to identify how many students have been living within each of the neighborhoods, and help us forecast what the population could be within each of these attendance areas, the neighborhood areas, study area polygons that we also generated at the neighborhood level and at the district-wide level as well. So we have forecasts at the study area, attendance area, and district-wide population as well. Once we geocoded this student data, we were able to identify the inter-district transfer patterns, inter-district transfer patterns occurring within each of the elementary and middle schools. So what you're seeing here is the elementary school attendance area matrix. As an example, there is a middle school attendance area matrix in the full comprehensive report. But for the sake of this example here within the presentation, what I'm showing here is the elementary school attendance area matrix. And what you see here is the number of students living within each of the attendance areas represented by the rows. And these are all the students living within the district boundary, along with a special category of students below the resident student counts, which I'll go over here shortly. But as an example, within the Calaveras attendance area, there was a total of 500 students, grades K-5, living within the Calaveras attendance area. Out of those 500, there is, as of fall 2022, there were 351 grade K-5 students living within Calaveras and attending Calaveras. And that's how you would essentially read the matrix. Within the Calaveras, as an example, there was 81 students K-5 that lived within Calaveras and attended the dual language academy. And as you're skimming over the numbers here, you'll notice that dual language academy is a popular school for resident students living within the school district boundary, with the highest count of students coming from the Rancho Santana boundary. So out of those 551 grade K-5 students living within Rancho Santana, there is 121 K-5 students that actually attend the dual language academy school. There's also other numbers to point out here. You can see there's transfers going on within each of these attendance areas. One of the more significant ones you'll see here is, if I skim over, is this 51 here. 51 is the number of students, grade K-5 students, living within the R.O. Hardin elementary attendance area that attend Calaveras. So that's how you would read these numbers in terms of resident student population, the students living within these numbers. Then when you add the out-of-district, there was a total of 83 grade K-5 out-of-district students attending the school district schools from outside the district boundary. So these are students living outside the district boundary that attend the school. And again, the dual language academy looks to be the more popular school for out-of-district students as well, with the Lab Lane TK8 school being the second most popular. You can see more or less an even distribution of students, of no more than 10 students, out-of-district students attending the other schools. Special aid class is a special category of students, students that use a facility for special instruction for most of the day. And you can see the counts here of where these students are attending, or at least most of these students are attending. And then when you add the TK student row, we broke it down in this fashion in order to show you where these students are enrolled, where these TK students are enrolled. And so, again, the dual academy has the highest enrollment of TK, followed by the other couple schools have a pretty good even distribution in enrollment, ranging from 18 to 27 students per school. One important note that staff wanted me to let you guys know is that accelerated achievement is a grade 5A school. So even though it's a K-5 elementary attendance area matrix, these students right here, the 27, it's only showing the fifth graders in this case. You can see the grade 6-8 students that are attending accelerated achievement within the middle school attendance area matrix.
Can we go back there?
Just to give you,
We have a question. Go ahead on the
Yes,
question.
your question?
Yes,
Yeah.
I have a question. Can you go back to your previous slide, please?
Yes.
So what I'm noticing is that you have the count of students living within the Calaveras boundaries. But when you add all those numbers up, we're not seeing the students who live in that area who don't attend any of the schools. You have the out-of-district students, but in your like, for instance, it could be that in Calaveras boundary area, there's still another 75, 80 students who might be going to completely other schools. In your research, did you calculate that?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing. If you wouldn't mind repeating the question one more time.
The question was, if we look at Calaveras School and we're accounting for the 500 students that live in the attendance area, did the data collect any students that live within that area, attendance area, but are enrolled in, for example, private schools or in other districts that are geographically close to the Hollister School District?
Yeah, that's a great question. No, this is just students. This is strictly students that live within the district boundary and attend the school district schools. So that's what this analysis, this report consists of.
Yeah, because when you add all this across here, it does add up to the 500. But I would agree, there would be families that choose to send their
Sacred
children
Heart.
somewhere else.
In my opinion, there's a significant amount. Just curious.
Yeah.
Is there a reason that they don't?
We can ask them. Trustee Grist would like to know, is there a reason that that data is not collected?
The reason being is that the study is strictly based on student population, based on students that live and attend the school district boundary, to give the school district an accurate representation of what the population could look like from here on the next couple of years. So taking into account any other category students would give us more inaccurate numbers. We could potentially, at your request, do something called the capture rate study, and that gives you more of an estimate of what percentage of students are actually being captured by the school district. But this study doesn't show that. That would potentially be another study that we could generate for you, which wouldn't have any forecasting on it. It's just strictly as of today, how many students are being captured. That's the situation.
Any other questions on this slide? No. There are no further questions on this slide.
Okay. And just to move on to the 7-year forecast methodology, just wanting to show you what our methodology is and how we come up with these student forecasts. And for starters, we collect the birth factor information. This is birth data collected at the zip code level, so summarized by zip code, collected from the California Department of Health Statistics. And this helps us generate forecasts for incoming kindergarten classes over the next 7 years. And I'll go on in further detail with these factors in the next couple slides. But just to move on to the next factor, mobility factors, is what we use the current and historical student data, analyze it to generate the historical transfer patterns occurring. The historical in and out migration patterns occurring within the district to help us generate and forecast what this could mean in terms population within the existing neighborhoods of the school district. And what I mean by existing is we don't want to double count future residents to population with influx of students coming into the existing neighborhood. So this is what this factor strictly represents. And then when we have the student yield factor and the planned residential and apply the student yield factor to the planned residential development, that's what gives us the forecasting for how many students could be generated from the planned residential development that's due to get built within the next 7 years. Student yield factors is basically an assessment of how many kids are being generated per housing unit type. So, for example, like just as a rough example here, like a 0.3 yield factor for single-family housing units would mean that out of 100 housing units being built, there's 30 students being generated, grades K8, for example. So all of these factors combined, prior to applying these factors, we automatically assume that grade K graduate on the first grade to second throughout the years, next 7 years, second to third, and as these students are transitioning, these are the factors being applied to these student counts as these cohorts or classes are graduating from one grade to the next. All of these things combined is what generates your student forecast over the next 7 years. And just to take a closer look at the kindergarten data, the kindergarten birth data. Again, this is summarized by the zip code boundaries that best represent the school district or cover most of the school district boundaries. In this case, it's the 95023 zip code. Again, this data is collected from the California Department of Health Statistics. And we use 2017 birth year as the basis to see what can happen over the next couple years here in terms of incoming kindergarten classes. We assume that the fall 2022 kindergarten class, which the study is based on, was born 5 years prior, which is essentially 2017. We compare 2017 to 2018's class and then do some analysis to see if there's growth in births or decline in births, to see if we could anticipate higher or lower kindergarten classes. Additionally, we also take a look at the capture rate. So what percentage of kindergartners are being captured from the birth 5 years prior. And in this case, it's been a consistent 82% on average with a peak here, as you can see here for the current fall 2022 K class versus 2017 of 0.86. Overall, we're assuming it's going to stay relatively stable around 82%. It's important to note, and I'll point this out in the next slide here, that the capture rate in most cases will never be 100%. The reason being is that school district boundaries, including Hollister's in this case, doesn't cover 100% of the 95023 zip code geography. Mm-hmm. So obviously it's only going to cover a certain percentage of the zip code geography and zip code population. Therefore, what we look for more or less is stability in the capture rate here, which is being shown here. Historically speaking, if you were to take a look at the capture rate back in 2015, K class versus 2010, you could see that it was much lower, with it climbing higher over the next couple of years through 2018 and 19, which has remained pretty stable since then. We were able to generate a birth rate, a kindergarten percent change rate, which gives us like the percentage of how much the kindergarten class, the incoming kindergarten class could grow by over the next couple of years here, from 2023 through 2029. And anything over 100% is growth, anything less than 100% is decline. So you can see here, 102% means that there could be a 2% growth with the incoming K class as soon as fall 2023 next year, and another 3% growth for fall 2024. the next couple of consecutive years. And again, this is attributed to the growth in births, the increase in births over the last couple of years, and the stable capture rates as well. The TK births, the birth rates to forecast TK is calculated in similar fashion using the 2016 as the base year, the 2018, I'm sorry, as the base year, assuming that the fall 2022 TK students were born 4 years prior, and analyzing the capture rates, and also accounting for the implementation of universal TK rollout, the full implementation through 2025. This chart represents some aspects of the capture rate that I've just shared with you here. With the blue columns representing the birth 4 years prior, and the orange columns representing the actual incoming kindergarten classes that lived in the district boundary and attended the district schools. You can see here that it stayed, again, relatively stable around 82%. There was a spike to 86% this year when comparing the fall 2022 incoming K class versus the 2017 births. Again, please do note that the geography is larger than the school district boundary. Therefore, it is not likely that the market shares can ever be 100% in this case, because realistically speaking, the district boundary only covers a portion of the zip code boundary in itself. If we move on to the mobility factors, these factors represent, again, the in and out migration patterns occurring within the district neighborhoods. These are well-established neighborhoods that don't include any development that's been built over the last 5 years. That is so that we don't double count any students potentially coming from new residential development into the future. And so this is analyzed in a district neighborhood level, analyzed at the district neighborhood level within these neighborhood level polygons we call study areas, which we broke the school district down into. And the data itself is summarized in this slide by elementary attendance areas. Any numbers, any factors here that you see in red is basically overall net decrease as students graduate from one grade to the next. And any numbers in green is overall increase as the different class cohorts graduate from one grade to the next. And the blue represented by factor 1 is a straight pass through, essentially. So as an example, within the Calavera TKA boundary, data shows that out of 100 students, for example, a 0.96 mobility factor essentially means that out of 100 kindergartners that are start 1 year, there's a loss of about 4, that there's about 96 that move on to first grade the next year. From 1 to 2, there's a loss of about 5 students out of every 100 first graders. So you see more or less some losses here. Big picture scheme of things, higher mobility factors in the high 90s mean overall retention rates rather than any significant loss. You do see somewhat of a significant loss here within the Calaveras attendance area as students transition from 6th grade to 7th grade. Overall, though, you can see that there are green numbers, and the factors summarized at the district-wide level show overall retention rates and even growth in some cases. So these are students. This represents students that are actually living, that are either moving in or out of your existing housing stock. This doesn't include, as of now, any potential. These are not a result of new construction. This is strictly existing housing that students are moving into and out of. And I'll show you the construction or planned residential development portion of this in the next couple slides here. But just wanted to make you aware that this is overall growth, even within the neighborhood that students transition from one grade to the next. Matt Lane seems to have some higher mobility factors here of 4% growth from K to 1, from 1 to 2, and 3 to 4, with a 5% growth from grades as students transition, as the schools transition from grades 2 to 3. One important note to note here is that staff wanted us to submit. It's important to note out that Rancho Santana did not open until August 2021. Again, these are the attendance areas. It's just a summary as of what the attendance areas look like now, and that's what the data summarized into, and that's how we're summarizing the data here. Just to go over the planned residential development, you can see in your screen a map, and the map basically shows the locations of all the planned residential development that's due to get built within the district boundary over the next 7 years. Yellow being represented by single-family detached homes, which is the predominant, which has the predominant number of units that are due to get built over the next 70 years by housing type. So overall, SFD, whenever you see SFD in the slide, it means single family detached home. There's a total of 1,289 homes to get built of this style over the next 7 years. Multifamily attached represents condominium and townhomes, represented by blue polygons in this map. And there's a total of about 161, and apartments 278, adding up to a total of 1,728 units scattered throughout the district. A lot of these units, and it's important to note, are within the eastern portion of the school district boundary. So we collected this information. This represents this represents development that's been approved by city planning, basically entitled, and for which we have clear indication that it will get built over the next 7 years. Once we researched this information, we did our research by talking to the developers themselves, and also talking to the local planning department at both the city and county levels. Once we did this research, we did an overall survey of how many kids are being generated for each of these housing types, in order to apply these factors, the student generation rate factors, into the number of units that are due to get built. And overall, single-family detached homes generate about 0.355 kids, K-8 kids per unit out of 100 single-family detached homes. There's about 35 kids being generated. Condominiums have shown to generate about 30 kids, and apartments is a pretty popular housing unit in the district boundary, with for students to live in with a generation rate of 0.384. Once you apply these generation rates, that's what enables us to estimate how many students are to be generated from the units themselves. And again, these generation rates are reflective of the housing units that are within the school district boundary.
Yes, do you have a question?
Annual construction.
We have a question, Trustee Grist?
Yes, there is a large development that's gonna happen on, is it Chappelle? How do you say that?
There's a large housing development that will happen on Chappelle Road. Is it?
Yep, we don't see it on this map.
And it's not on the map.
Yeah, so any development, again, it might be in the early planning stages, and therefore there's still uncertainty with any development. any potential development that's still in the planning stages that hasn't been entitled yet.
Titled.
So these developments represent developments that have actually been approved as a final map, and that are for sure going to get built in the next 7 years. So anything that's in the very early planning stages that is still has the entitlement process to be worked through, it will not be included in this because of the uncertainty of the project itself.
Did you say that these are developments that have been titled?
Have been entitled. Yeah,
Entitled.
have gone through the entitlement process
Okay.
and typically approved and approved as final track maps.
Okay.
The one by Macy's,
Yeah.
what's that?
And if they are in the tentative track map stage, we still look at them.
don't see that.
But we do make sure that there's clear indications that they are due to get built, per conversations from developers and from the city as well.
There's another development that's in question off of Santa Ana and Meridian Road, which is approximately 200 homes, I believe is what the
And
trustees.
They're breaking ground, they're actually, it's in development. So we're just wondering why that isn't on your consideration on this map.
What date did you pull your report for the residential developments? Was it in 2021?
Trustee O'Connor's asking what date the data was pulled.
The date the data was pulled at was as of 2023. So as of around
March 2023.
Yeah.
This is missing stuff.
It feels like we're missing some subdivisions.
There's a concern that some subdivisions were not captured in the data.
Okay. Yeah, this is data that we had conversations with city planning with and local developers, and this is what they provided us as what's due to get built in the next 7 years. And so we double checked and made sure. If there are any other subdivisions on here that are not shown on here, it's highly likely that they are dormant. We might have them in our records, but we don't
Did somebody
have them,
drive- did somebody drive by to see it?
Going to get built over the next 7 years.
Did somebody drive around Hollister to check these developers out?
Yeah, so we do drive. It's a combination of driving and taking a look at aerial imagery as well. Taking a look at what earthworks has been activity has been going on in the site as well. Sometimes these sites are fenced off. There's also conversations with the developer in person or via phone calls or email correspondence, as well as meetings with city staff.
Well, as a trustee and someone who lives here in this area, I don't think your report is complete.
I have a question. Hi, this is President Marks, and I have a question. Is it possible that this planned residential development map is only the city? And if, let's say on Santa Ana Road, if it was north of Santa Ana Road, would that be county or is that still
But
city?
it's south, it's not.
South, it's in the city limits.
Yeah,
County's
it's
on the
in
other
the
side
city
of the
limits. It's on, next to Mays.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Interesting. All right.
Yeah. So if there are any developments that you think should have been included in this, please let me know, and we could take a second look at this data. This is what this is what was, what we were able to research and what we discussed with the city planning and county planning as well. We double checked with them to make sure that we had everything included on there, that we weren't missing anything in terms of what's due to get built. But if you do feel like there is anything else that should have been included, please do let me know, and we'll take a second look at this.
What we can do is this is Erica, Superintendent Sanchez. What I can do is work with the trustees to list out the developments that they are speaking of and send those to you for a second look.
That would be great. Yeah, and then at that point, we could tell you whether those developments are still too early in the planning stages, or provide you with any updates regarding developments.
Okay.
All right. Let's move on to the next slide here. Once we've combined all these factors, including the planned residential development, we were able to generate a student population forecast at the district-wide level. And so what I'm going to be showing you in the next two slides is the total student population forecast and enrollment forecast. What you're seeing in the slide here is the resident student population and what it looked like 4 years prior, and what it looks like 7 years onwards, with the current fall 2022 resident student population highlighted in orange, and the fall 2029 year 7 forecast on the far right of this table. The universal TK is listed at the very top, and you can see here the impacts of the universal TK as more students become eligible for TK as the state universal TK mandate comes to full fruition and implementation by 2025, peaking at around 436 in 2026 and stabilizing down to around 415 by 2029. As I showed with the K class, with the steady birth rates and in fact increasing birth rates and capture rates, there is due to be some stable growth with the incoming K class, which will represent stable growth in K class. Essentially represents overall stability, stable growth in the next couple of years as these kindergarten class sizes graduate on to the other grades. There's also, we also do show some even distribution amongst the class sizes, which is not always the case for other school districts. So you tend to see a lot of school districts that might have higher class sizes in the later years, in the higher grades, as they're due to graduate on to high school or college. You can see here that is more of an even distribution amongst the current 2022 grades, which translates to overall stability and enrollment as well. Overall, there is anticipated growth in resident student population. In this case, as of 2022, there was 3,534 grade TK5 students living within the district boundary and attending the district schools. And this number is supposed to climb up to about 4,137 by 2029. As of fall 2022, there was a total of 1,789 grade 6A students, and this number is due to climb up to about 1,863, totaling to about 6,000 grade TK8 resident students within the district boundary by fall 2029. When you add the special day class students and the out-of-district students in the equation, this is what gives you the total student enrollment. So it's the resident student population with the special day class and out of students, district students included. We have straight lined these students straight line them out over the next 7 years because there's really no way to forecast a student. These tend to fluctuate year in and year out, and therefore hard to forecast. So what we do here is we straight line them out over the next 7 years. Overall, overall growth in enrollment again is expected with a 16% growth in TK5, 3.9% growth in grade 6 K8 with an overall 12% growth in TK8 in enrollment over the next 7 years. One interesting thing to point out here is the pandemic drop in enrollment. There was about 201 student drop from the year prior in 2020, when comparing 2019 and 2020. Direct impact from the pandemic. But enrollment did seem to rebound in 2021 with a growth of 307 students, more or less, grades TK8. So there are different school districts that experience different scenarios. So in your case, the district did rebound in enrollment. There's a good majority of school districts in California that were not able to rebound and are continuing to see declines from the pandemic moving forward. So I just thought that was an important thing to let you guys know here. When I move on to the next slide, it's basically a bar chart showing your projected enrollment over the next 7 years. And with the enrollment as of 2022 of 5,670 TK8 growing to about 6,347 TK8 by 2029. Any bars to the left here, you can see the historical enrollment within the school district boundary within the previous 3 years being shown in this bar chart. Just to show you overall what the population could look like over the next 7 years in terms of net growth and decline by elementary attendance area, grades TK5. That lane is showing the highest, some of the highest percentage of net growth of 33%, followed closely by Rancho Santana in growth by 33% as well in TK5 anticipated growth, followed by Sierra Vista and Sunny Slope. The only attendance area that is due to see some decline is R.O. Hardin over the next 7 years of 57. So really that's more of a stability pattern than any significant increase or decline for R.O. Hardin and Calaveras attendance areas in terms of resident TK5 student population. We're looking at the grade 6-8 population net growth and decline summarized by middle school attendance area. The Margaret Mays middle school population is showing some growth of 38 students, while the Rancho San Justo is showing 36 student growth. It's more of a stable pattern in terms of net growth and decline for the grade 6-8 student population for the middle school student population. Overall conclusions, overall resident student TK8 population is expected to grow over the next 7 years. Increase in birth and stable birth TK capture rates translate to growth stability with incoming kindergarten classes over the next couple of years, as I was covering with the birth rate data. Mobility factors again show great retention rates, positive in migration, and positive in migration in students in some cases within the existing neighborhood. Universal TK and the private residential development are expected to be the largest contributors to the forecasted growth in this case as well. And with this, I'll open it up to any more questions that you might have, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Should we do a round robin? Trustee Grist, do you have any additional questions?
I did have one. Do you remember the name of the school?
There was a comment by, or a question by trustee Grist in regards to a reference to
A school that's not in.
a school that is not within the Hollister School District boundary. In the narrative or the presentation?
It's in the docs.
Las Positas?
I do apologize for that. That is our error. That is honestly an error on my end. That is supposed to be your reference to R.O. Hardin, and I do apologize for that mistake. I'll make sure that gets corrected on my end.
Thank you. Any other questions, trustee Grist?
No. But he'll come back, we're gonna get an updated on developments.
The question is, after we provide you with the developments that we are aware that are in progress, would the district get an updated report to reflect the new data?
We will take a look. Yeah, so we will take a look at the developments and make sure that they are under construction, or make sure we know what's going on with them. If there are any updates, we'll definitely update this report and provide you with an update accordingly.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
One thing about I will say about the development, if you don't mind me interrupting, is that this was as of March 2023. So there was anything that came online after that, then obviously it wasn't included. So the cutoff time was March 2023. If there was anything that was changed since then, then it obviously wouldn't be included in this report. It's a snapshot, and it really is meant to be a snapshot as of October 2022.
22.
The housing information was from March of 2023, but the whole overarching from October 2022.
Okay. I just sent Superintendent Erica Sanchez from the City Planning Department a list of all the subdivisions and apartments that are either in planning, or they've pulled permits already, or they've been approved. And I'm noticing quite a bit of discrepancies. I was scrolling through them on my phone. For example, there's 48 apartments by Lad Lane that are, the permits are already approved. So we'll scroll through the planning department PDF that we sent to the superintendent, and we'll compare it to what you have here. And I think that it would be in our best interest to really check.
So we'll send you that information. Thank you, trustee O'Connor.
Any
Yeah,
other?
'cause I think from what I understood is we're definitely seeing growth. And so for us to prepare and ensure that we have enough classrooms to compensate for the amount of students that are going to be here, this report has to drive that work. So if there is inconsistencies with developments that you're already letting us know there's growth coming. That's not including developments that we know are on the books. So it's a little bit more disconcerting that we're not fully capturing everything and how it's going to impact our school district. And in part, we've had these discussions with the city and the county. Development impacts everyone in this community. And when we're not working together, it really undermines what we're able to do to educate, the children in this community. So, to have a full report is, I think, critical for us at this junction.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you.
One other thing. So you're saying that this report is only good as to October of 2022?
It's basically a snapshot of what enrollment looked like in 2022. and data collected in fall 2022, and forecasting out from that October snapshot date out 7 years.
Okay, because that's 9 months ago. So what about the March 2023 date? What does that mean?
So basically, we were contracted to do the work. We weren't contracted to do the work as of October, but later in early 2023, so that's when we got started with the work. But the way we forecasted the population is as of the seedbed date or the census date of October, just to keep this consistent from October to October of each year. So the report represents enrollment as of October's of each of the next couple of years. So like we could start a report like in if we get on board like in the summer, like say right now, we could start like a report as of October 2022, or wait to do a report as of 2023 and roll those numbers out once they're available in 2023. So just to clarify, it is like an October snapshot date.
Yes. I think the question that Trustee Grist is asking is if you can clarify what the March 2023 reference is. If I recall, you were talking about that is when you pulled the data for the developments.
March 2023 in terms of timelines, in terms of project timelines, like internally when we were working on this, I believe it was around March 2023 or February or January. One of those 3 months is when we were doing the data collection for the planned residential development in the district.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you. We will be forwarding you the information.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. We will provide any updates if there are any regarding those other residential developments.
Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, thank you. So now we're on item 13B, discussion of the 45-day budget revise. And our contact person is our CBO, Batty Wilson. And we have a couple of items for public comment.
Yes, we have a public comment by Nicole Falcon.
Do you want to go first or after that one?
Do you want after or before?
Thank you for squeezing me in. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Sanchez. I hope your summer is going well and that you've been able to rest and rejuvenate, and that's exactly what educators should be doing over the summer, so they're ready and recharged for their kiddos come August to kick off an awesome school year. So I'm HESTA President Nicole Falcons, and welcome Trustee O'Connor. So alas, it appears that so few educators have been able to relax this summer. Many taught summer school, which, you know, from the awesome report you've heard, I just want to thank HSD and the teachers in the district just for working so hard on providing those opportunities for our kiddos, because it does sound like a lot of enrichment, and that's really, really important. And so teachers do it so, you know, they can bring home the bacon. And so something that came as a shock to them, though, and I don't know if you're aware, but according to the tax code, it's supplemental pay. So it gets taxed at 40%. And so that's probably why HESTA is also not a fan of one-time bonus checks, because they also get taxed at that really high rate. And so it's strange because, like, if I were working at Roundtable delivering pizzas, I would get taxed at a much lower rate. And so I'd be bringing home probably a lot more bacon and free pizza too. So we did get notice of this in January of the tax rate change. I guess the district was out of compliance before and you weren't the only ones. But I don't know if members quite understood what that letter meant, because I don't think it processed. So I think just with the IRS gobbledygook and all that kind of stuff, if a new letter could be sent out kind of explaining, here's exactly what the tax code is, it's this percentage, because like this was one of the huge things that members were talking about, is when they got that summer school paycheck, you know, giving up part of their summer for this, it was just, you know, it was really demoralizing. And so that's not what I want members to feel right now in the summer, when they really just need to be, you know, getting ready and excited for the school year. And so, according to one member, her son who does deliver pizza actually had a bigger paycheck. And so other educators, they spent their summer refining their pedagogy. So it's really exciting for me to talk about what I did over the summer because it was awesome. And I thank my vice principal for writing me a letter of recommendation. So like for me, I spent 2 weeks in Washington, D.C., and I studied with the National Endowment for the Humanities via Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History. And so I learned about how to bring primary sources into the classroom without sacrificing that rigor so that my students can access the content and learn about history, especially from diverse voices that have been historically marginalized. And so that was, 2 weeks out of my time. And then I go back next Monday to study at George Washington's home, Mount Vernon in Virginia. And so these are kinds of things that educators like to do in their spare time. We're not just relaxing, but, we do this hard kind of work. And so I believe Bessie's going next to give me her point.
I'm going to go ahead and yield my time, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And so also, I was just learning today, there were other teachers in the district. They flew to Texas to go to this Get Your Teach On conference that they paid for out of pocket. And they said it was magical and transformative. And they felt so inspired. And they're so happy to kick off the school year, given what they've learned at that conference. And so I heard this story at the How English Works workshop today, which was in this very same room. And again, thank you, Anne, for all the delicious food that your team provides. I loved it. I look forward to more of it tomorrow. And so I'm just also impressed by teachers that are giving up 4 days of their summer to learn about how English works. Of course, I signed up for that as well because history is just literacy, right? It's reading and writing and speaking and listening, all that kind of stuff. And so, of course, the first question that members pulled me aside and asked is this being taxed at the 40%? So again, it's definitely on their minds. And so unfortunately, I had to be the bearer of bad news and say, sorry, yeah, it is, it's supplemental pay. And so it's kind of full circle for me to talk about taxes, right? Because dissatisfaction with taxes was what started the American Revolution. So, okay, but going back to our workshop, because there was something in there in the reading that actually they recommended for school board members that I just wanted to let you guys know. So California has an ELA-ELD framework. And so it talks about how school board members, and I quote, and district administrators should consult the ELA-ELD framework, especially the introduction in chapters 1 and 2, when establishing district goals and developing local accountability and control plans. Because we do have more ELs in the county than EOs, English only folks. And in all honesty, we're all English language learners. So I think as I'm on this journey learning about ELD, I think it's, really important that we look at that framework and so forth. I want to conclude with some reflections, so kind of veering off path a little bit. Sometimes I feel like I do need to come up here and communicate the value of teachers, because let's be real, in our line of work, we hear all the things, right? And sometimes that skews our perceptions of certain things. And we sit at opposing sides of the table in negotiations, which, by the way, I will not be at the table anymore come fall. I don't wish to have an antagonistic relationship, and this isn't about winning. Winning means someone is losing, and I feel like ultimately when adults are bickering, it's the kids who lose, because we're in this room because of students. And I'm sorry, but the only people who are actually around students every second of the day are teachers. So yes, I will defend until the end what we do. And we're fewer and fewer in number. As we know, teacher burnout's real. Just listen to a Fresh Air podcast on NPR about it. It's real, it's demoralizing. And as you're in all positions of power, last sentence, ask yourself, how can we build morale among our employees and thereby not only brighten our employees' lives, but brighten our students' lives too? It doesn't have to be either or. We can and should do both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. As we started last fall with a discussion of financial issues every board meeting, it's the time of year when we need to talk about the 45-day revise. And this is something that we are that we are required to do. And so, as you will see, and our new board member is not as familiar with it, but our existing board members are, we present a budget calendar at each one of our reporting periods so you know where we are in the year. And right now we're at the 45-day revise. After the budget is signed by the state and the governor, we have 45 days to consider whether or not there are significant differences in what was passed versus what we put in our budget at adoption. And at that time, we need to let the public know what we intend to do about it, how we're going to change our budget based on that. So right now, oh, you're gonna, it's not me? Okay, no worries, that works. We have such a good team, he's just doing it. He just knew I needed to change. So what we're going to talk about first is what has not changed in the state budget. You know, from what was adopted by the district to what was adopted by the state. The state did adopt a COLA of 8.22, and we put that in our adopted budget. This also means that there's also no change to our supplemental and concentration grant funds, because those were all calculated using the local control funding formula calculator and are established in our budget. So there's no new money coming in from this particular area here. Our restricted revenues, our state programs will receive a COLA. For the most part, we put that in. Where we did not put that in was special education, primarily because our special education funding runs through the local SELPA, and it gets spread out, so we might not actually see a straight 8.22. We need to wait for that funding formula information, or the SELPA funding model to come through, and we will make adjustments. We made estimates, but they were conservative estimates, as we've all planned on doing, and we will adjust, and you might see something by first interim. The expenses, unlike some previous years, and certainly not the most recent previous years, there is, again, no relief for the ever-climbing cost of pensions for PERS and STIRS. In some of our previous years, they have held the increase in those down a little bit for 1 year or 2 years. Within the last couple of years, the governor has said, we're giving you these COLAs, you can fund it. With that arm wave, okay? So we're not going to get anything there. We have our TK classroom ratios are unchanged. They were going to change. We've got another year. So they are still 24-to-1 on classes, 12-to-1 adult to student ratio for this year that we're in. As we go into next year, it will roll back to 20-to-1 with a 10-to-1 student to adult ratio. We are already planning on it, so we're a year ahead, but we've also got some very robust TK classrooms coming in, and we've opened up 3 of those. That's not a reflection of the state budget. It's a reflection of consumer demand, if you will. And so we are staffing for those. Those students will bring in money, which will pay for the teachers. In what has changed from the state budget, the local control funding formula had an add-on put into it for a multiplier. And it was an equity multiplier that was supposed to give, again, more money to districts that had certain types of student populations. By the school, 70% or more of an unduplicated pupil count, which is a slightly different unduplicated pupil count than the one we're all familiar with, and a mobility factor if students are moving in and out. We do not qualify for that. We don't have any one school that has got that unduplicated pupil count with any mobility that is in there. The state has put out the lists of what schools they are. Hollister just doesn't have any at this point. Our lottery estimates right now, they're up slightly, but those do tend to fluctuate, so we're not going to make any changes to our lottery revenue numbers. They go up, they go down based on sales. They're probably up right now because the lotto had billions of dollars in it. You know, so the more money that's in there, the more lottery tickets of all kinds that are sold. Those will go down because now the super lotto has got less money until it gets more money in it. So we usually don't adjust that one until the end of the year and the Lottery Commission comes out with what that funding is. Good news for us, we had 2 categorical programs that we talked about at adoption and in our budget presentation. The Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Block Grant and the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. Both of those were anticipated to have pretty significant cuts. They did not make the cuts as deep as they did. So that's very good news for us. Now, on the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Block Grant, we received half of that money last year. We did not spend it all. We still have plans to spend it in this year, and we'll get the other half of it probably late fall, early spring. And that money gets to carry over until 2026, so we have plenty of time to put into place the plans that we have with those funds. And then the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, we received all of the money last year, thought that we were going to have to pay it back. At one point, we were concerned as to how that was going to get paid back, and now the cut is only 14%. So as we close the books, we will set that liability to repay the state up to 14% rather than the 32% that we thought we were going to do. And they anticipate that the funding for both of these will be restored by the 24-25 year. We'll wait and see what ends up happening with the state. Expanded learning opportunities, that's our after-school program, that's our ELAP program. The funding will decrease a little bit based on our ADA. Now, right now, we're planning on pretty much flat ADA. If the ADA comes in, like our demographer's report that we just heard, yay for us, and then we'll get our money to come up. But it will be moving every year based on the ADA of the district. So right now, we're also not planning on making any changes to that because one, I don't think they're going to be significant at this point, and two, we don't know what our actual enrollment is going to be for this year. We know the new students coming in, we don't know who's leaving. And all of that will be paired in or braided with the demographer's report as we now move forward with that information or revised information, and we make our enrollment projections for the next year. But at this point, we are working on being as conservative as possible to keep us in the best place we can possibly be. And finally, at the beginning of the COVID era, if you will, a lot of businesses were closing down, which then meant a lot of employment claims that were in there, and employment costs to employers within the state, including school districts, skyrocketed. At one point, it was 0.12%. This previous year, it was 0.5%. It's now back to the normal of 0.05%. We adopted 0.5. We will make small adjustments. That is the smallest employer tax that we have, and you'll see those adjustments at first interim. We're not going to make them now because we are still trying to figure out who's in what chair and how many new people we have. So once all of that position control is synced, that will be a function of position control. So next. So what's next? The state budget is based on revenue assumptions for revenue that will not be known until November. That's probably the most important thing that any board needs to know, is that normally the state will know last April what the revenue will be because we will have all filed our income taxes, which we withheld extra money on extra pay. So hopefully people won't have to pay when they actually file. It wasn't our doing, it was the IRS. You can thank Uncle Sam. But normally they know in April what it's going to be. We don't know and won't know until October, and it won't be November when they will be able to take their estimates for revenue compared to what the actual revenue was and make adjustments. So we're all sort of waiting. Extensions of federal taxes, we talked about. Assumptions that end up being low, including increases in 24-25 based on the higher property tax base. The district gets funding from two sources, our major funding from two sources. It's calculated by the local control funding formula, and that amount is put in a cup or a bowl, and that's the size of the bowl you get. Some people get larger bowls than others, others get smaller bowls. The first thing that goes in that bowl, the cereal, if you will, is the property taxes. Are our property taxes going to be higher or lower? The state then comes and pours in milk, but it doesn't get any higher than the top of that bowl. Now, the state has got two things going for it right now, or two major things in its planning. The first thing in its planning is we're going to get that revenue that we think we're going to get, that we should have gotten in April, that we won't get until October. So that's the size of our bowl. And then the state is saying, and you know what, property taxes are going up, so you're going to put more cereal in that bowl, so we have to put less milk. Okay? You can see how that benefits the state. If instead, because of floods this year, fires in previous years, property taxes are going down, we're putting less cereal in that bowl, and the state's going to be on the hook for more milk. The state is not planning on that, so the state will have to face that at the same time that they're facing what's going to happen in November with the income that's coming in. So we're just waiting to see if assumptions end up being higher or lower, what is going to happen. There is no talk and no anticipation of mid-year cuts. Districts have had mid-year cuts in the past. The state has enough money that it feels like it's going to be all right. And more importantly, they have the education stabilization account. So if there are cuts, they can dip into that to make sure that our revenue for this year avoids mid-year cuts. So that's good to know for us. We will be fine-tuning our multi-year projections. Do we have declines? Do we have declines in our UPP? Our UPP, our unduplicated pupil count, which is English learners, low-income, foster youth, those students generate extra money for the district. Our number is set for this year unless students leave, unduplicated pupils leave and go somewhere else, or unless new students coming into the district fill out their income forms for us. Those are the only two things that are actually going to change that. And so all new students coming to the district are asked to fill out a family income form so that we know where they are, so that we can bring our unduplicated pupil count up. If it stays the same, we are in the middle of a 3-year decline. Because our unduplicated count, our supplemental concentration grant funding is based on a 3-year rolling average of our unduplicated count, and our unduplicated count for last year went down. If it stays exactly the same, and there is no change, we are now in the 2nd year of decline, and the 3rd year we'll have our UPP funded percentage lower. So we're going to be watching that. We're also going to be looking at COLA reductions that are going to be coming not necessarily in this year, but in the next couple of years. State revenue, or school district revenue, is cyclical. It's a roller coaster. We have high years and we have low years. COVID aside, we still have high years and low years. Some of the high years are extremely high and some of the low years have been very, very low. We are at the top of that high and kind of working our way down. ESSER funding is going away. The state is giving us some fairly decent COLAs, but our costs are going up. So what's going to come around with that funding? So we're going to be watching that, and again, making very conservative multi-year projections, because those multi-year projections go to help us make decisions on what we can fund. If we're going to get a whole bunch of kids in, we're going to need facilities, we're going to need furniture, we're going to need to be able to plan for that. What does the revenue look like? Are we going to have reductions in revenue? Are we going to go back to 3% COLAs? We haven't had 3% COLAs in a very long time. We've gotten kind of used to, that tip money from the pizza delivery. So it could be high, it could be low, but we will be watching and we will be approaching it very conservatively. And I believe that's it.
Okay.
Nope. We're keeping a close eye on enrollment and staffing. Let's see, I got to that one. Planning for the implementation of some new programs for our categorical funds. We talked about a couple of those. And oh yes, most importantly, and we have talked about this before, we are prepping for the COVID funding cliff. Most of our, if not all of our COVID money needs to be spent by September 2026. Most of it's been spent by now. We only have 2 more funding sources that we have been working on, and it's going to go away. And we will have to decide, and we'll be bringing it back in a different board meeting, how we are going to address staffing that is paid for from some of that ESSER funds. So we don't want to lose track of that. And then we are also at the same time maximizing the use of those funds so we don't lose the opportunities that those funds could have provided. I don't like sending back money if we don't have to send back money, and we still have lots of needs. So we're in the middle of closing the books. At that point, we will know what carryovers are for all of our categorical programs. We do not budget carryover in adoption. We wait until we see what it really is. We only budget actual revenue that's anticipated, and COLA or carryover just ends up being extra, and those will be distributed out to school sites if it's like Title I in November. So we'll close the books. First interim, you'll see it in December. We'll be ready to go in November.
Great.
Okay. Any questions? Because now that's it.
And it looks like we don't have any, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Very, very good.
Item 14, superintendent's report.
Okay, so we'll get that on the screen. In the meantime, my commercial break is that we've decided, with discussions with our board president, to move the superintendent's report from further down on the agenda up to closer to the reports. And so, as you can see, our agenda is different, and it will remain so for future meetings as well. So with that, we'll get started. I can begin by talking that during the month of July, we're doing a lot of closeout for last year and the 22-23 school year, but we're also not only working on summer school, like I've stated before, but also looking at the 23-24 upcoming school year. So our departments and our staff are working in 3 different compartments, I would say, because it's all encompassing. And although there are no students on campus right now, and there's less staff on campus, there's still plenty of work to be done throughout the summer. So we're very thankful for the opportunity. Some of the site updates include that we have opened up 3 different transitional kindergarten classrooms, and that will accommodate for the additional enrollment. Whether or not those students actually show up is another story, but we are building these classrooms based on the enrollment that we have to date. The school sites that will be accommodating the additional transitional kindergartens due to the facilities that are available are Sierra Vista, Sunny Slope, and Rancho Santana schools. They each had an additional classrooms that could accommodate for that, and we will be staffing these classrooms for that to meet those enrollments.
I'm sorry, I'll let you finish.
Okay. We also have, in regards to staffing, have recalled 1 full-time custodian. And we have also recalled from the layoff list. This is a layoff that took place not the 22-23 school year, but the 21-22 school year in that spring, physical education teacher. You have a question?
Are we going to add to our district maintenance staff in regards to grounds, in regards to the grounds?
We have not discussed that, and this is based on, if you recall, I believe in early winter, early spring, maybe it was early spring, we had a budget session here and we talked about the different enrollments at the school sites and what potentially would be coming next as far as recalling based on the enrollments. We have 2 large schools, if we recall. One, HDLA already had 3 custodians. Blatt Lane. Yes, I know you're talking about maintenance, but what I'm trying to say is that we have not gotten there. If the board would like to look at whether or not that's sustainable, we can
I'm
do a
just
report.
concerned that we added Rancho Santana, which is 12 acres, and we did we add a groundskeeper because of the additional school?
So we had,
I don't know.
okay, years ago, or a couple of years ago, I don't remember the exact year, we added 2 additional groundskeepers to the maintenance department.
Okay.
In the layoff, if you remember, that took place in the spring of 22, I believe, we laid off 2 groundskeeper positions.
Yeah.
So those are part of the layoff.
Okay. I just want to keep that on,
Sure.
that we remember that, because, you know, our schools represent, is a element of pride for our community. And I want them to look really good. And I just, you know, the men can only do so much in X amount of time. So.
And the conversation behind that was the agreement when we went into the agreement with the city, was that part of that 300,000 that we get from the city would help support the staffing that would be needed, because we took on some responsibilities as well from the city to take care of certain areas, inclusive, you know, the Calaveras, the gazebo, that there's quite a bit of land, out there.
And they really use it during the weekend.
Well, the thing is, you know, I work at a school where it's one site.
Yes.
We have all these maintenance, you know, grounds people, custodians, and here we have 4 grounds and 4 maintenance for 10 schools.
Mhm.
And it breaks my heart that, you know, we have such a small department for all the needs that we have in this district.
Mhm.
And so, again, you know, everything takes money, and, you know, our custodians looking at what our demands are every single day and making sure that the rooms are clean and the bathrooms are clean and the everyday thing, I you know, I understand that takes priority, you know, and so I just want to make sure that we're where we should be, even with custodians as well. You know, because again, you know, if our facilities aren't being cleaned, then people and our students can't be, I mean, it's health. It's, you know, maintaining
Well,
that.
it's also psychologically, they feel good about their schools, they're gonna do well.
Mhm. So these are potential or possible discussions for a future,
Yes,
you know,
But I'm
agenda
glad to see
item.
that
Yes.
we've
Yeah.
recalled
Yes.
to that.
Yes.
that's what brought up, because we're
Yes.
recalling, so.
And these are
just-
site updates,
Yes.
just updates, and
Yes.
I will continue with my report unless there are other
No,
questions.
but thank you
Sorry.
very
Okay.
much.
Okay, so we'll move on. Summer updates, this was at Rancho San Justo School. The summer school principal there was Prima Kabibi. And the book that they read was Taco Queen. And the
It's a good book in
students
taco.
did different activities such as create their own taco trucks, create their own menu. They did writing assignments, they did math assignments. This piñata, this taco piñata was created by 2 students. And at the end of the term, this young boy, this young student guessed the weight of it full of goodies, and he
Wow.
got to take it home.
Oh, wow.
We were thinking about whether or not he was gonna go on the bus, and Dr. Myers and I said, we will get him home whichever way possible with his taco. We can't leave the taco behind. Student nutrition served tacos to all staff and students that day, so, total team effort there. Again, we had assemblies, we had music, we had hands-on activities. These are all things that took a village to put together, but definitely well worth it. We had a family member of a student say, my child cried when we checked them out because they had to go to the doctor. They don't want to miss a day. You know, so we got the feedback. I know that Trustee Grist and myself walked
Yeah.
the sites. We had a parent come up to her.
And
They
then
thanked
say,
her.
this is awesome, do it again, and
Mhm.
yeah.
So great
Parents are
feedback.
very, very happy.
Mhm. We can go forward. Our summer projects continue. We have a whole wide arrangement of summer projects in each and every one of the departments. I want to really circle and focus in on our playgrounds. This is an investment by the district. It is a public discussion that was held for, you know, specific meetings. We had specific meetings about the playgrounds, and the board took the action to vote upon the approval of investment for removing the tire shred. When we went to the LCAP input meetings, we, as a team, heard time and time again at all sites what the desire of the community was and is for us to remove those tire shreds. So we are working on it, if we can move forward. However, the district is contending with vandalism and destruction of newly completed playgrounds. It is absolutely a disappointment when we have a contract to fix these playgrounds that we've told the community, and we are working on it. We have work crews coming in from out of the area working 6 days a week, but every playground that has been near completion to date, which was the 2 at that time, have been vandalized or destroyed in some way by someone or someone's in the community. Now the work crews are working 7 days a week. And if we think about that as people, as human beings, you know, that is 7 days a week on calendar, away from their families, wherever their families are at. But not only is it that, the district then has to invest more funds because we are now presenting to the board a contract for a security company that will help detour the destruction that's happening when the work crews go home for the day. These particular pictures are at HDLA. HDLA is a community that asked for the removal of the tire shred, that asked for the removal of the crescent moon mud pit,
But it
and we
also-
worked on it.
Yeah, but it also makes it accessible for ADA. So if we have children that are in wheelchairs, they can access the playground.
Mhm.
You couldn't do that with tire shreds.
No, it is accessible to staff and to students. We had damage done at Calaveras School as well. These playgrounds will have to be redone, which will slow down the process of the completion of the project. Not only was the pour-in place destroyed, we also have destruction of our permanent playground structure. That's a slide that will now have to be removed. And because of, different delays and so on, we've decided to put a rock wall there instead of a slide so that it can be ready when students come in August. This is just an example. There is an uptick of vandalism at our schools. At Cerro Vista, we had windows kicked in.
Yeah.
We had destruction to the roofs at schools. We've had staff report, there's beer cans when we come on campus at 7 a.m. We have the work crews reporting to our director of facilities. We have kids, there's, people waiting by the fence to get in as soon as we leave. So I really just want to stress this is a community-wide benefit because it not only benefits our students that are enrolled, but also the families that live within the areas of these neighborhoods. They walk onto our schools. They take their little ones onto the playground. They play, they interact on the weekends. But when we have this kind of destruction or destruction to the equipment of the work crews that are working there, it makes it nearly impossible for the district to get ahead and to stay on track on our timelines. So I always try to really focus on the glass half full, but I need to be a realist and be able to explain publicly the destruction that's happening. Yes,
So I know we have security cameras,
yes,
but I know the high school also had to upgrade.
yes.
Because if they're grainy and you can't see the faces of the perpetrators doing this,
Mhm,
it does us no good to have cameras sitting there.
mhm.
So, we really have to look at what we have and investing in some sort of deterrent. And if, again, we purchase those with that intent. And if they're not working for us, we need to find a solution that will.
Yes,
Be nice to have some kind of alarm sets off.
Well,
Yes.
you can't have alarms, but,
I know.
because they'd be going off all the time, but at least with a camera, I know that we can, the high schools are pretty high-tech,
mhm,
and they can track a face going from campus to campus.
Yes.
So, again, and putting something out on either Facebook or something to get folks to understand what people are doing to our facilities, which is their facilities.
yes,
And so hopefully getting, some vigilance from families or people to see something, say something,
yes,
and at least have either a tip line, have something to where we can actually,
Or maybe on our website.
if it's children, we need to go after the parents to pay for some of these damages, because obviously if it was my child doing it and a district came knocking at my door, I'd be like, okay, you're working this off, you're doing something. Because again, this belongs to all of us.
yes.
So we all need to work together as a community, and they need to know about this. This makes me sick to my stomach.
Absolutely. Very good points. The purpose of this particular slide and including this in the superintendent's report is to allow for us to publicly talk about it
Mhm.
and then issue a a memo, issue a notification to the community. All eyes on deck, please, and report what you're seeing. The other thing I want to address is that we have recently upgraded our security
Or
or
even
safety
tip line.
cameras.
If you have like a little placard with a tip line number that they can call if they see somebody damaging our property, that they have a number they can call.
Good point. We also have increased the number of safety cameras on our campuses. It could be that we may need to add more, and in the future we'll bring back a proposal for more cameras based on, some of the things that are happening on the campuses. We also share all the information with law enforcement. When it's a picture of vandalism or graffiti, they keep track and they catalog at their level
right.
what the different tag marks are happening in the community. But this is something that we as a district need to address.
But I think it should be on our website too.
Yes.
And what Trustee Martinez said, see something, say something, and something that will get parents to be aware and so that they know what's going on too.
Absolutely. We do pull the security footage. IT is a great help of that when it takes place within range of a safety camera that gets pulled. We have that capability.
How well are the pictures? I think that's my concern,
Yeah,
is
they're
the
really
detail.
good.
No, but it's the quality of the cameras that we have, whether you can actually see.
It can rotate on a 360-degree angle, and it's 4K, I believe.
Yeah, it's a project in progress this summer.
Okay.
So, and it's the same exact one that the high school had.
Okay, perfect. Because I know I've seen some of the pictures, so,
It's pretty clear.
yeah.
The problem is though, because high school is in a lot of areas where people are tighter,
Yeah.
versus where we have them on the side of the building and looking over a field and
Wide
Right.
angle, yeah.
It's
Right,
It's far.
very hard to have footage of that.
right.
So far away.
So we're
Well,
working on
thinking
this.
of the upcoming projects, and looking at what we have, right, available and what may be needed to be put in place as well, to ensure we don't, this was probably a little bit more unique just because
I
of
just can't
what
believe it.
they were able to get their hands on, it looks like, to dig this up.
I know my
Some
dad's
equipment.
my dad's in
Yeah, that's what it looks
heavy
like.
equipment. How were they able to start? Usually you have to put a key in, right?
You can
They hot wired it?
jimmy
Or you
rig,
put a screwdriver and
Oh.
take it.
some
They hot wired it.
equipment. I know that this has happened elsewhere, and unfortunately, somebody figured out how to do this, or someone's figured out how to do this, and destroyed the surface.
They came at the wrong time in the project. They should have came a little earlier when we were.
To help digging.
Right?
Yeah, they could
right?
have dug up some of the tire treads.
They could have been helpful instead of hurtful.
Okay, so next slide. We want to thank again the business department. We have been able to issue the classified staff and the confidential staff and the unrepresented staff with their compensation increase checks. The checks were available since Friday, July 21st. And if any staff that fall into those categories has not picked it up, they can do so from the business department and sign for it until this Friday, when they will be, until Monday, when they will be mailed out. Okay, so thank you, business department.
Yes.
In progress, staffing, as we prepare for the upcoming school year, we're looking at enrollments, we're looking at where the needs are. We still are hiring in certain positions, and we will continue to do so. Staffing is typically fluid, as we know with every year. We're also working on site level professional development. Our administrators will be having a half a day of site PD at their sites. We also have special education that will be providing trainings. The district office will be providing training for administrators in early August as well. We have a couple of days of those. We are looking at hiring subs. Part of our work with subs is looking at the cost of sustainable increases potentially for subs or what can we do to increase the sub pool and meet the needs of our absences at the school sites. So more information to come on that in a future report. We also are working on our technology. We have had the purchase of about 2,000 Chromebooks that they've been working on the provision of that project. We also have the safety cameras that have been upgraded that we just talked about. We also have the vape sensors that work because we've been notified a couple of times already at our comprehensive middle schools. Yes.
Can't even imagine what.
We hope that that will become a deterrent, but they are up and running. We're also looking at the funding and how we can leverage the funding that we have, what funding is potentially on the horizon, and how can we get more funding? It's always the question of the day. We can move forward. I also want to remind the public that back to school is on August 17th. I know that families will be super excited to drop off their students, and we will be ready for them. I wish everyone a great rest of their summer because the clock is ticking. So enjoy, and if there are any questions, I believe that's the last slide. Yes.
I do have a question that the August 17th, now those are half days?
They are half days, yes.
And are we going to have childcare after school? When does that start? Does that start on the 17th? Or?
That starts on the 17th.
And they'll be there till 6? Okay.
Yes.
Awesome.
Okay, great questions. Any other questions? Nope. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Sure.
We're at item number 15, which is consent items. Can I get a motion to approve consent items 15A through R?
So,
Okay.
Second.
Okay, great. Any discussion? I know we can't have discussion on consent items. I'm sorry.
it's okay.
It's almost 8 o'clock. I'll do a roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Yes.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor? Aye. Trustee Tosti? Aye. And I'm an aye, passes 5-0. Thank you. All right. Sorry.
I make a motion that we approve the minutes
Oh, thank
June 27th, 2023.
Second?
you. Okay, no discussion. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor? Aye. Trustee Tosti?
Aye.
And Trustee Marks is an aye as well, passes 5-0. Now we're in discussion action items. Item 17A is discussion and approval of board policy and administrative regulation updates.
These board policies and administrative regulations are presented to the board tonight, and they are the 7,000 series. There's 9,000 of them. Board policies, board bylaws, administrative regulations, so we're getting really close to the finish line there. This will allow for us to meet the requirements of FPM and any type of auditing that may take place. This upcoming school year, or this past school year, we went through FPM process. This upcoming school year, we will have FPM again for migrant education, and we have the various audits that take place. So before you tonight, you have mainly the 7,000 series. These are templates, language that comes from the California School Boards Association that we are asking the board to consider for approval.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the board policies and ARs that are part of this set? And it goes from, I guess, 410 to, does it matter then?
Oh, the page
numbers?
number?
Yeah, no, the board policies and ARs.
We can say as listed in item 17A.
As listed in item 17A.
I would like to have just a short discussion on page 336.
Which board policy is that?
AR 7111.
711.
And I don't know if you got
Is
that.
it with a zero?
No, no
7110?
zero. No,
Oh,
7111.
Evaluating existing buildings?
Did you respond back to me?
I sure did.
Can you read it to us?
Um,
Or tell me
okay.
what I asked, should, you know how we're trying to come up with a way that we can monitor our buildings and put it on a maintenance schedule, put money away so that we are maintaining our buildings correctly. And when you read this board policy, it's the same old, same old.
okay, I found your question. Would you like me to read the question
Yes.
first and then the answer?
Yes, please.
Okay, page 336, evaluating buildings is totally wrong. This does not require the district to plan for scheduled maintenance nor put funds away to pay for needs routine preventative maintenance. This entire article should be rewritten to start funding our maintenance properly. This is our part of our first response. This language comes directly from CSBA. Evaluating or assessing a building is the catalyst for planned scheduled maintenance based on the results of the evaluation of the buildings. This board policy is not about our funding or the details of how we will maintain our buildings, but rather the evaluation of the buildings. Please remember, board policies are overarching and not the details of how we complete the steps in achieving the policies. So it's about the evaluation
So where do
itself.
we put that in? Is that, so where do we, so when we all leave, and I
When we
guess
win
I
the
was-
lottery?
Yeah, when we
Okay.
win that lottery.
Okay.
But no, where do we put this in place? I mean, how does this, is it like a business plan that we make? I mean, how does this work? Because one of the things that, was it, Bill, the guy that was in between,
Bill Barr?
yeah, Bill Barr, he said, you have no procedures, you have no policies. That was the biggest thing that he had said to us. And it's true. And this is one area where we have no procedures and no policies. So how do we go about that?
Okay, so I would not say that the Hollister School District does not have
I'm
procedures
just
or
saying on
policies.
this.
So we have the what the district will do, and then we have the how the district will do it.
Right.
The what is the policy that the board creates,
So
right?
this is the.
And then the how is how administration carries it out. So we have things such as the facilities needs assessment that we all reviewed many times. We have the facilities needs
But we
committee.
just started that.
Yes, we have the facilities master plan that we are working towards. We have things that are in place to achieve what you're talking about. We have work tickets, a work ticket system that our maintenance staff each work on and clear. So we have projects, we have summer projects, we have winter projects, we have contracts in this particular agenda that the board will consider, such as roof repair, which came from the facilities committee,
Right.
which came from the facilities needs assessment. So it's
Right.
all intertwined, but this board policy is talking about evaluating the buildings, not what we will do with that result.
Okay, so this is like the umbrella.
This is the big umbrella.
Okay,
Mhm.
that's what I gotta say.
And it's an AR, and
The
does
AR.
it apply to the BP 7110, the one that talks about a facilities master plan? Are they related?
The,
It should be.
They-
There should be a BP and an AR
Yes.
connected.
But is it, this one's 7110, this one's 7111?
so the 7110 is about the facilities master plan and developing the plan. The one that trustee Grist is referring to is specifically about evaluating the building. But as we know, the results of the evaluation of the building will feed into what the need is, which will feed into what the master plan is.
It's all a circle.
So,
Yeah.
so could I assume that because we're only revising the board policy 7110 for that the AR for 7110 doesn't need any revision.
And there are, yes, we can assume that, but
Okay.
there are some board policies that get updated with the AR, and then there's some that there is no update.
That's what I
Yes,
was
yes.
trying to figure out. All right.
Mhm.
Any further discussion or questions?
CBO Wilson?
There is no corresponding BP to this, as far as it sounds.
Okay.
It's just an AR.
Interesting.
That's in ours, and it's also in CSBA, I can't answer
Thank
why
you.
there's not a BP that goes with it.
Thank you for
I just wanted
clarifying.
you not to expect the BP.
Okay,
Because my understanding was the BP was the overarching
Yes.
and the AR is the how.
The implementation of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
well, they mess you up here.
Right.
They're keeping us on our toes.
I think my only, because this is Trustee O'Connor's first
Yes.
go around, and understanding board policies is a big part of
Mm-hmm,
her role, right?
mm-hmm.
Adopting and doing these, and since we are accustomed of going through them, she has not gotten the chance to even see them. So to waive the second reading for approval, I don't know if you're comfortable doing that, knowing, the titles of what's here. If you want to bring them back for our next board meeting for approval, to give you some opportunity to actually start going through them and reading them and understanding what we're approving before kind of say, yes,
We could
we
do
can
that.
do that.
I worked on revising board policies many years ago, so I haven't seen any of the updated ones. But would it work, this is my newness, can you guys vote and I just?
You can abstain if you
Let me
like.
abstain, because you guys worked really hard on this, and you should keep moving forward, and I will go back and read these on my own.
Okay,
Sounds good, thank you. So, did we have a motion?
I don't think we did.
Can
Somebody
some-
was gonna start a
Can
motion.
someone entertain a motion?
I make a motion that we accept, that we approve, the updated, 7,000 series of board policy and administrative regulations
As defined in 17A,
as defined in 17A.
Yeah, because you have
because it's more than just the
410,
7,000.
1240,
Yeah.
6142, so, yeah. Okay,
That's what you think.
yeah.
And a
Second.
second, okay. Roll call, trustee Grist,
Yes.
trustee Martinez,
Aye.
trustee O'Connor,
Abstain?
trustee Toasty,
Aye.
and trustee Marks is an aye. Thank you. So 17B, item 17B is discussion and approval of contract with Level 1 Security.
Okay, this is not under consent because this is not routine. For the reasons that we talked about in the superintendent's report, staff is requesting for the board to consider a contract with Level 1 Security Company. We have contracted with them before to provide security at the different promotion ceremonies, to provide security when the district has had a need in the past. This would allow for a uniformed staff member of theirs to be present at the school sites in the evenings and rotate through, check in at each site, patrol the parking lots, walk the campus, and hopefully deter any future vandalism and destruction, such as what we saw in those pictures. This cost to the district would be $4,860 a month to provide this service. It is a contracted service, so the district, if it should see that there is no longer a need, can end the contract at that time. Yes.
So I know we have staff during the day and custodians, but in the evening so we are patrolling all of our schools, even though they're not,
All of them.
okay.
This would be beginning at 1800, so that is
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. Let me,
It's always subtract
find
12.
out, yes.
6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Yep, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., 7 days a week.
7 days a week. Wow. Okay.
And we have to give a 30-day notice, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think we have a choice. So,
Are we seeing vandalism at all of our schools?
We are seeing increase of vandalism at a lot of the schools. I would defer to the maintenance department, and I think that I see a head nod over there, so. Mhm. It could be a summer trend, I don't know, but we are looking at deterring the behavior.
So are we saying we're gonna have a security officer at all of these schools from 6 PM
no.
to 6 AM?
So it's a patrol person
they
who
rotate.
that will rotate through the sites at a random order, because we don't want to have a
Right.
pattern of behavior.
Right,
They will spend at minimum 30 minutes at each site. They will be patrolling the parking lot, they will walk the campuses. I know that our assistant superintendent and our facilities director have talked to the vendor. There's different check-in points that they'll be able to either scan a card and check in to log that data. They will refer any suspicious activity to law enforcement. And
Or we can use our cameras to see if they're walking in
sure.
the schools.
These folks have body cams on as well,
Yeah.
so if they encounter anyone, they'll have that footage as well.
But they're not carrying anything though, right? Thank you. Perfect.
Mhm.
You wanna make a motion?
oops. Sorry, I should have read through this all the way beforehand. But I'm seeing on the last page of the contract, duration, this agreement is for a period of 2 days commencing on the agreement date. For see attached schedule hours per day.
What page is that?
It's the last page where the signature for the assistant suit, all the way at the end of the service agreement.
Well, up here in this 388 explains the service. And
I hear that. I'm just saying I just saw this and I don't know.
Well, that's why I'm like, it says posted security officers 2, roving security officers 3, vehicle patrols 4. Are they just the numbering, not necessarily the number of officers, right? Is that what I'm reading correctly? So it's we don't know exactly.
It's
Is it-
page 393.
During their 4-hour shift?
it's on page 391, it says that too.
Oh, it says 2 days on 391 as well?
Under services, well, it just talks about roving officers.
Oh, yeah, but that's just the enumeration
Right,
of what
right.
they will be doing.
I think on page 3 of 3, I'm
Right.
looking at, it says that all proposed options and shifts can be customized to accommodate for your individual security needs. My understanding is from the conversations that I've had with staff that the request was for level 1 security to have staff rotate through the sites. They may determine, okay, we can have an 8-hour person or we can have 2 4-hour people. I mean, it depends on their staffing. And it will be in place until the district ends the contract
With the 30-day notice.
with a 30-day notice.
So did you see this part though, right here? Right before the signature? Where it says
Duration. Mhm.
This agreement is for a period of 2 days.
We can amend, did we approve this yet? No, we could amend, we can make a motion to make sure that staff ensure that that is clarified with the company,
Yeah,
to move forward with the contract.
Yeah.
The clause up above, however, that says that the contract could be customized to the needs of the district may cover that.
okay, great.
Mhm.
It was just interesting.
It is.
It would have been better off left blank potentially,
Mhm.
or various, or
Yes.
whatever.
Yes.
Okay. I move that we approve the contract with Level 1 Security for 2023. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, a roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Do we need a second?
We got a second.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay, Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, passes 5-0. Okay, 17C is adoption of resolution 1/23/24 authorizing the approval of signers for personnel and payroll orders.
So this item is a routine item that comes before the board every year. And this would also be item C, D, E, F, G, H, and I. This one in particular would allow for the district to adopt this resolution, forward it to the San Bernardino County Office of Ed to allow for specific people to sign for the payroll warrants, to sign for employee checks. We have staff that go to the County Office of Ed who receives the checks from Santa Clara. They transport the checks here, and the resolution itself, resolution number 1, stipulates the exact people who, on behalf of the district, can go sign for employee checks. That's what this covers. So staff is requesting that the board approve this resolution so we can forward it to the board.
Okay,
Can we make a motion to approve C through I?
I think it's each one separate.
Separately?
Mhm.
We
Because
have to do it.
they're different people for different.
It's different resolution numbers. Mhm.
I make a motion that we approve resolution number 1:23-24.
A second?
okay, roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
And Trustee Marks is an aye as well.
Keep it rolling, Kathy.
Okay. 17D, adoption of resolution 2/23/24 authorizing the approval of individuals to transport warrants.
So staff is requesting that the board consider resolution 2 for approval tonight, which would allow specific individuals to transport warrants around the district or from the place of origination, which could potentially be the county. Again, that includes folks in the business department and or our transport drivers who may need to drive checks from the district office to a site.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
So only the people listed below would be authorized to drive checks.
I make a motion that we approve resolution number 2:23-24.
I'll second that. And we'll do a vote. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
And Trustee Marks is an aye too. And just for clarification, Trustee O'Connor, I know it feels like because not everyone can see, but they can hear, we want them to be aware.
It's also, didn't they change the law on that?
It was, I think for 2023, it's a new way.
The Brown Act.
Because it does seem a little superfluous, right? 17E, adoption of resolution 3/23/24 HDLA ASB bank account signers.
This resolution number 3 allows for the specified folks to have authority to sign for the ASB, the Associated Student Body account for this particular school, HDLA, and folks listed are business department staff. Yes.
So the only change that needs to be amended to this is there's no more Union Bank. It's US Bank.
Oh, that is true.
We can make that.
Yes. So just so you know, anything related or wording US Bank.
It was very
should have-
recently, that's a recent change in like a month.
Yeah, and accounts and all of that need to
Yeah,
be.
I'll talk to my staff to get them straightened out.
So what's his name?
It's US Bank.
We can cross it off. Yeah. We can make the physical edit when it becomes time, if the board approves it tonight and we ask for signature, we can cross it off and initial that and update it.
As long as it's in motion.
Yes.
Right.
Because it's a resolution.
Correct.
So I move we approve resolution 3/23/24 with the amendment to, to whereas it is necessary for effective administration of Hollister School District that the district have the following representatives be on file from Union Bank to US Bank.
Second?
Trustee Grist,
Aye.
trustee Martinez,
Aye.
trustee O'Connor,
Aye.
trustee Toasty,
Aye.
trustee Marks is aye. Passes 5-0. 17F, adoption of resolution 4/23/24, Mays ASB bank account signers.
Okay, so this is the exact same thing. It does reference Union Bank. Thank you for calling that out, trustee Martinez. This resolution is specifically for Mays ASB, and it lists the same business department staff.
I make a resolution that we accept number 4:23-24 for Mays, now known as US Bank account signers. Is that right?
Mhm.
Okay.
A second?
Second.
Okay. Trustee Grist,
Aye.
trustee Martinez,
Aye.
trustee O'Connor,
Aye.
trustee Toasty,
Aye.
trustee Marks is an aye, 5-0. 17G, adoption of resolution 5:23/24, Rancho San Justo ASB bank account signers.
Okay, same request on behalf of staff for Rancho San Justo ASB. Same signers and same need to amend from Union Bank to US Bank.
Make a motion that we approve resolution number 5:23-24.
Second?
Okay, trustee Grist,
Aye.
trustee Martinez,
Aye.
trustee O'Connor,
Aye.
trustee Toasty,
Aye.
trustee Marks, aye, passes 5-0. 17H, adoption of resolution 6:23/24, revolving fund bank account signers.
Okay, this one's a little bit different. It's not about ASB, but it's about the revolving fund. It does reference Union Bank, and that's a reoccurring theme tonight. It would allow for the 3 staff members listed from the business department to sign on behalf of the district for the revolving fund bank account.
I make a motion that we pass number 6:23-24 revolving fund bank account signers at the US Bank.
Okay, a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Grist,
Aye.
trustee Martinez,
Aye.
trustee O'Connor,
Aye.
trustee Toasty,
Aye.
trustee Marks is an aye.
All right.
17I, adoption of resolution 7:23/24, student nutrition bank account signers.
Last resolution of the night, I believe. We have a student nutrition, has its own bank account, again, at formerly known as Union Bank, which will need to be modified to reflect US Bank. It has the same business department staff listed in addition to our director of student nutrition as a signer for the student nutrition account.
Okay,
I'll make a resolution number 7. Motion number 7:23-24 student nutrition bank account signers at the US Bank.
A second?
Okay, we'll take a vote. Trustee Grist,
Aye.
trustee Martinez,
Aye.
trustee O'Connor,
Aye.
trustee Toasty,
Aye.
trustee Marks is an aye, passes 5-0. Okay. 17J, the approval of J13A requesting waiver of instruction day requirement due to emergency conditions.
Okay, this one will be CBO Wilson. She has some information regarding to the J13 waiver that we as a district have requested due to the weather that took place during the 22-23 school year.
Thank you, Superintendent Sanchez. So the state of California requires that students be in school for 180 days at a minimum, and that they have certain minimum instructional minutes. The minimum instructional minutes fall within 180 days. If we don't do 180 days, we could be penalized and lose money. So the state provides for a J13A waiver of either instructional minutes or instructional days. And I'm making this differentiation because you might be saying, well, why did we do this and not that? There are times when districts can't do all of the minutes. For whatever might happen, they can't do all of the minutes. And then there's our situation where we were actually closed for 2 days because of some very dangerous weather situations. And so we need to request a waiver. You can see all of the detail that the state is asking for in there. And what that waiver will allow us to do, because those days that we were closed are within our attendance window, our P2 window, we will be able to not count those days in our divisor. So what happens is, starting with the first day of school through P2, in this case it's 132 days, every day a student is there gets all totaled up to all those days and gets divided by 132, so that's how our ADA is actually calculated. That is not to say for anybody who's listening from home that anything after that's not important and you don't have to come to school. That is not the case. This is just where the state stops and says, we'll pay you at this point. And we're not in this to get paid, we're in this for the students, so that aside. By being able to, rather than divide it by the whole 132, and then with a smaller number, we can have a divisor of 130 and have a slightly higher number for ADA. What this waiver actually allowed us to do, regardless of whether or not students showed up or not, regardless, because there were a couple of school sites where students showed up and then we sent them home. We had that ADA backed out because the schools were officially closed that day. We were able to recoup about 60 ADA. That 60 ADA is probably about $600,000 for the district that we would have lost without this waiver. So we are encouraging the board to approve this waiver this evening so that we can recoup that ADA and not be penalized for those 2 days when the weather was really crazy and we had to close for safety reasons. Any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the J13A waiver of instruction for on March 10th and March 13th.
A second?
Okay, we'll take a vote. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
And Trustee Marks is aye. Great. 17K, discussion and approval to contract with KYA Services LLC for roofing at multiple sites.
Good evening, trustees.
Good evening.
Trustee O'Connor, welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So if I'm reading my colleagues' minds right now, they're like, make it quick, buddy. You're the last one of the night, right? So I'm going to choose my words wisely here. I want to speak to something first to go back just really quickly if I can. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but the vandalism that's been taking place. It needs to be mentioned tonight that in discussions with Kaya, the contractor that's doing the work, they've chosen and volunteered to basically eat the cost of replacing and repairing. So that needs to be said publicly, and that needs to be said before the board. So that says something about the character and the workmanship of this group of individuals that I've had the pleasure of being able to build a relationship with over these many months that we've been talking things through at the start of the facilities needs analysis up until now. So the only cost that the district is going to incur is going to be the security cost, which is minimal when it comes to the amount of work that has to be done to replace now these playgrounds that have been vandalized. So anyways, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Yep. So we're talking about the roofs first, right?
Right.
All right. So I want to start by acknowledging the board and a couple of things among many that the board has chosen to do that has made it a lot easier for the district to move forward in this process. And one was already mentioned tonight, and that was the facilities, superintendent's facilities needs committee that was formed. The board had chosen, for us, with the superintendent's help, to move forward and include, administrators, teachers, and community members alike to be a part of that committee, and they gave their input, and because of their input, we were able to bring it to the board for approval, and so we're able to get to the process that we're at this moment in time. Another thing, the second of the two, is the CMAS contract that was approved in March by the board. The board had enough foresight to see ahead that by approving the CMAS contract, which was the California Multiple Award Schedule, that allowed for the district to allow Kaya to come and do the work for us so that we didn't have to go out to bid, it saved us a tremendous amount of time. So I want to thank the board for doing that, and it basically allowed us to be at this point that we're at now with the construction of the playgrounds and the pour in place that's in the process right now, as you know, and then the new playground that's going to go into Sierra Vista School, and the sensory walls that are going to be included at three of our sites. So thank you for that. And I know if Kyle were here, they'd be thanking you as well. Now we're talking about the roof. So that CMAS schedule was approved in March, and that allowed the district to save time and for the contractor to basically add these services, and that the services would be provided to the district. And it also needs to be mentioned that in the CMAS contract, there is best value. So there's a number that's associated to all of the services that'll be provided. So all of the different things, if you will, that they would do when it comes to doing, for instance, a roof or any other improvements at the sites. And there's something called best value. Well, there's something in our case that's better than best value, and Kaya gave us an even better price than what the best value was on the CMAS contract. So that's saving the district some money, which is great for us. So it's a good thing, and I think it says a lot about the fact that we built these relationships with these folks, and they're making good on the promises that they've made, and we're holding them to it. So now to the actual meat and potatoes of the roof. So we are, of course, going to move forward at the direction of the board tonight with the improvements to these roofs that have been mentioned in this proposal. The roofs that have been mentioned in these proposals for the schools are, I'll read them off to you. Calaveras, Rancho San Justo, Aro Hardin, and Sunny Slope. And I'm sure each of you had some time to look at the actual proposal and all of the specifics that go along with what the services and products that will be provided here and the work that's going to be done. I could open it up for questions if you have some now, otherwise I can continue.
It just says, portables Calaveras.
Correct. It's portables actually at all of these sites, and only the portables.
Okay.
With the exception of when we are doing the portables at these sites, this specific work, this specific scope, we are also going to consider any areas of permanent structures where there's roof tile, shingles, anything like that, that's in need at those specific sites. Okay. So that will be included. But just for the sake of what we're talking about here, we're focusing primarily on the portables because our intention is to, of course, create longevity of our facilities, because we're not going and demoing facilities to add new facilities. Right. We are improving existing facilities, which are our portables. So there was, and I think it may or may not have been added on there, the actual slides of the schools, the rooftop slides. Okay. So basically, just I'll give you a visual here. It's going to be all of the portables, the portable classrooms at Calaveras, all of the portable classrooms at Rancho San Justo, all of the portable classrooms at Aro Hardin,
right, all
of the portable classrooms at Sunny Slope. So it's going to be all those areas that are going to be improved. They're going to add I'll just read it here, a NeoGuard urethane mastic that's going to go on the seam. So I won't go into too much detail, but there's a lot of scope here, and there's going to be a lot of effort and time that's going to be put into these. So if you read the line item that talks about the warranty, which is what I look for, right, and which means something most to me, of course, my eyes are going to be out there, and my boots are going to be on the ground there, kind of watching everything that's going on. as well. But when we're talking about, you know, how much longer or what is the warranty on this work that's going to be done, this improvement that's going to be done? Well, if you look at, you know, the improvement to the portables, it's a 15-year material and labor warranty. So for 15 years, it's going to be under warranty.
Well, and that's actually for flat roofs, that's pretty good,
Right.
because I owned one, and so I know, that's why I saw that, and I got those flat
Yes.
roofs.
15 years good for a warranty. So anything that goes wrong, anything that leaks, anything that cracks, anything, you know,
Yeah.
we call these folks back and they come back within
Right,
that
so
15-year
15
span.
years is a good deal.
So, if we're talking about, if you go down to the number 2 point there to coating the gutters, which is a big one. So any of the systems attached to the roof, the gutters, the downspout systems, they're going to go and improve, replace, repair any of those elements, and that'll include a 10-year material warranty. That's pretty good as well. So, I think we're in a good spot. I think we're going in the right direction with our roofs at these particular sites for these particular portables. Yes.
So I have a question, because I know you kind of drilled it through our heads that the portables were like the investment on the roofs on the portables that we're spending, right? On a you know, it's just like I'm gonna put a new roof on a shed that's falling apart. When the structure itself isn't what it needs to be anymore structurally, because they're so old, is it worth, I'm not discounting, we need roofs. They need the roofs fixed. But at the same time, we're putting lipstick, what's that saying? Lipstick on a pig? Yeah, you know what I'm getting, right?
I know exactly what
Okay,
you're getting at.
all right. So I'm being realistic, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to just wrap my head around this.
Let me help you.
Okay.
In this case, yes, this is the way to go. If we were talking about taking the roof system off, apart, and adding a new roof system on this structure, I would say no. But our intention, if you go back to the facilities needs analysis, it was to improve these facilities in a way that would bring us to a place where we would add 10 years to the facilities. That's the portables, right? This is the way to accomplish that at spending money the right way. We're not tearing the roofs off. We're not putting a new roof on a, 25, 35-year-old building. We're going to improve that, and then we're going to work our way from the roof on down.
Okay.
To improve these facilities. And that's the intention.
All right, because the ones at Arnold Hardin, that tree line, they're in bad shape. You know, the trees, it just clutters up the gutters, which causes a lot of the issues that we have. And so, you know, looking at everything, how to make sure we don't have those continued issues. But do we already have like a layer already on those roofs, like that they've been?
Oh, I'm sure there has been, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, once we start walking on top of those roofs and doing what is in this scope here,
yeah,
they're gonna find some things and they're gonna be into it because of what may be approved this evening, what we're hoping is going to be approved, and this is the cost, right? So whatever they find underneath there, layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, and they have to go and improve it, replace it, repair it.
It says remove.
That's what they're going to do, and we're going to make sure of that. So this is the most cost-effective, most efficient way to do it because of the monies that we have to spend, and because of the fact that, you know, our intention isn't to go in and demo existing facilities to bring new facilities in. We don't have, I guess, that time, and we don't have that money available to us at this moment in time.
Right.
Could we do that in the future and cherry pick certain sites and add certain facilities at certain sites in the future? Absolutely. But a massive project to go and take and remove, you know, building X, Y, and Z, 3 buildings out of a row of 6 or 8 portables is just not feasible. This is the feasible, reasonable, smart way to go about doing what we're doing. And we will increase the lifespan of these facilities, I believe, by 10 or 15 years. Not just by the roof work we're doing, but by everything else that we're going to get into once we start the roof.
yeah.
Which, and then not to speak of, you know, there's a lot of desire to want to put new carpet in facilities. And I think we've spoken about this in length. We're not going to not do the roof first that may possibly be leaking to put new carpet in, right? So that'll give us the ability to, you know, dip into that deferred maintenance fund and be able to add new carpet at certain facilities, certain schools.
And we did, I mean, years ago, there was a rotation similar to that, where each school, you had, you know, maybe 5 classrooms each year, and it was rotated. You know, that's how we were able to not do everything, but do what we could do. And at least some of the really bad classrooms got a little bit of a facelift.
Absolutely. Any other questions?
I do.
Yes.
So, you were saying earlier that the cost of the damage to the playgrounds was absorbed by the company. Is this the Kaya company, the same company?
It is.
That says absolutely wonderful things about this company, if they're willing to do that. I think that's a great gesture, and I think we really appreciate that, that they're doing that. Good pick.
Yeah. And it's, again, it's, I mean, they showed up to a board meeting and sat here for 6 hours.
And they
with
sat
us,
here
you
now.
know. You know, so it speaks to where it's, where it all started,
Yeah.
right?
I
So-
believe they were in the front row and they stayed until after 10 that
Right.
night. That says something right there,
So-
their character.
So, yeah, and these are folks that are coming from, you know, North Bay, North, Sacramento area, Elk Grove area, you know, to come and, you know, be a part of, you know, what we're doing here and part of this community. So, yeah, I appreciate it as well. Thank you.
Nice.
Anything else about the roof project?
Okay.
Are we gonna put covers on the gutters? For the trees?
I don't know if that's in here. We
I
can
know, I
consider
didn't
that,
see
but,
it.
That's
it-
extremely expensive
Yeah,
also.
the gutter mesh or the gutter screen, yeah, it's expensive. What we're doing to mitigate a lot of the leaves and stuff is we're doing pruning, some extensive pruning this summer to the trees. What's left of this summer to the trees. We may creep into the school year, you know, depending on, you know, where we're at in the project. But Arl Hardin particularly,
Yeah.
we're gonna go and we're gonna do some extensive tree trimming and pruning so that we can,
I think
you know.
we might, I don't think it'd be that expensive if you looked at certain places that actually really need it.
We could definitely.
Yeah, because it wouldn't be
Yeah.
at all the sites.
Right.
Yeah, we
you
can
know,
certainly put
like
a
the
magnifying
trees,
glass.
There's certain parts of Maze where the trees are, you know, just put it there, and there's other parts of Maze that doesn't even like.
I will definitely,
Wasn't included.
yeah.
I know, no, but I'm talking about how some schools.
Yes.
I'll talk to the contractor, then it'll be definitely open for consideration.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
thank you.
Perfect.
Just
Okay.
where we need it.
Okay, so can we get a motion to approve the contract with Kaya Services LLC for roofing at multiple sites?
I'll make a motion to approve 17K contract with Kaya Services LLC for roofing at multiple sites.
Second.
Okay, great, and we'll take a vote. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor? Aye. Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
And Trustee Marks is an aye. Passes 5-0, thank you. And you're up again for pre-construction services for Kaya Services.
I am. So Kaya Services, we've discussed it at length at a couple of our board meetings about the pre-construction process and why we would choose to want to do something like that. And Kaya would be providing those pre-construction services as well. You know, those services will be for modular classroom, for particularly the after-school program for Calaveras, Lad Lane, and Sunny Slope, but I believe would also be utilized during the school day hours as well. So talk to our Ed Services Director, Dr. Colleen Myers. You know, so we've had a lot of conversation about this and have met with the contractor a few times with Superintendent Sanchez as well as our CPO, Beth Wilson. And so we're going to continue those meetings and those conversations this week with these folks. The pre-construction services in the proposal include project programming, and they'll provide the district with basically a jump-off point for design. So the pre-construction services that are going to be provided by these folks are going to take us up to the design phase. So they're going to go through, they're going to look at the footprint, we're going to do all the earthwork, we're going to look at every bit of that land, of that footprint that'll determine what type of building, what type of structure, facility we want to bring there, we can bring there, and everything that would have to be included to bring that type of facility. Now, of course, we're considering modular, not temporary portable structures, so that'll be up for consideration as well. So with all the services that'll be provided, I think if we're looking at the proposal itself, we're looking at, I think it's 1 through 10 here, which there's quite a bit, and it's kind of a long read, so I'm not going to do it now, but I know everybody has probably taken a look at that and understand, you know, maybe bits and parts and pieces of that. And if you need me to speak to any specific one, I can do that now, certainly, but that'll be all the pre-construction services that'll be provided by Kaya that will take us to that design phase. So, and then they're going to provide documents to the district in a PDF format, and it's looking at down here for the qualifications part of this. The anticipated duration is 6 to 8 weeks from project kickoff, from the project kickoff meeting. So we'll have basically a meeting with, you know, school staff or district staff, excuse me, and we'll kick it off. And you know, the process to do these 3 particular sites for the pre-construction process is a 6 to 8 week process, which is pretty quick.
The only thing that I didn't understand was the permits. Because it says site plan approval, permits, permit fees, plans, engineering drawings, and surveying are specifically excluded from this agreement and the service unless specified under general scope of work. So
that is somewhat of a disclaimer because, you know,
you have to go get the permits? Or?
We know that, and well, maybe we don't know, but we will know right now that the schools and any public entity, public works, are covered under the DSA.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, the Division of State Architects. So, right. And as we all know, we're not building a, you know, multi-million-dollar school again. So we don't need the state architect to do these certain types of improvements on our sites. If we were, I think, adding facilities, definitely. So if the board so chooses to approve this evening, and we go through with the pre-construction services, and we're looking months and months ahead, right? And we're going, okay, we're getting into the design phase, and this is what we know we want to put on our site. Then the Division of State Architect gets involved.
Right.
So we don't need to go to the city, to the county for permits if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I'm just confused.
It's all covered under the DSA.
Okay.
Right. Any other questions?
So when would the actual board see the plans? At what month or meeting?
After the pre-construction services are completed?
When would we see designs?
I don't know the answer to that question. I would have to see if it's going to take longer than the 6 to 8 week process to go through this pre-construction phase to get to that design phase. And I think then the conversation that we would need to have is what type of facility do we want to bring onto these sites?
Are you going to have the facility committee pick some designs to bring to the board?
No, that's generally the board's decision.
Okay.
So we would present designs that the company would provide. I think it's important at this point to mention, although it's in the agenda, this will be funded out of expanded, the ELOP funding, which provides funding for after-school or intersession programs. So this is not the facilities fund, this is not general fund, this is a specific program through Ed Services that we legally can use, and instead of sending funding back for ELOP, we are choosing as a district to explore this route to provide for hubs that would alleviate the burden at these particular sites. What we have found out as we have talked to staff, looked at the different sites, we have after-school programs at specific sites where teachers have to share their classroom with the after-school program provider. Anyone that has been a classroom teacher knows you put your classroom together very carefully, and it's a burden to have somebody else come in your classroom. Although they're providing a great site, but this would allow for the district to start small, but potentially possibly grow pending the funding. This is the first step in any type of construction project for a school district, and without this, we can't continue the exploration of using these funds to bring in buildings at these particular sites.
Did I mention the schools?
So
You did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Calaveras, Lad Lane, and Sunny Slope.
Yes.
Okay. And we're talking one at each site, so there's a total of 3?
Right now, one at each site. Should we receive further funding in the future, maybe we can do more. The idea would be that this would be the after-school hub, that classroom. We may still need to use other classrooms, but at least this would alleviate one. And then with the Prop 28 funding that will be coming, we will also need a classroom for like an art teacher or music teacher. That this potentially could be a shared space, which would be 2 Ed Services programs, funding the programs, but also the facility.
But this is just the pre-construction phase.
Right.
Yes.
This isn't the actual
No,
bringing in
no.
the building.
Oh, no, this might be the cost of a door.
Yeah.
No, this is the cost of testing the soils, the
Correct.
testing the earth,
Right.
all of that.
Right.
Yeah,
See if it moves.
see if it moves.
Yep.
Or if
Okay.
there's a tiger song.
Perfect.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, can we get a motion to approve the contract with Kaya Services for pre-construction?
So moved.
Okay, and,
Second?
okay, thank you. Roll call, trustee Grist,
I,
trustee Martinez, trustee O'Connor, trustee Toasty,
Aye.
and trustee Marks is an aye, passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you.
Okay.
Bless you.
Bless you. We're at board member report. Does anybody have anything to report?
I visited summer school with Superintendent Sanchez, and there was the kids were very engaged. You didn't see anybody, not engaged. So it was very interactive. We did have a parent come up and say, wow, this is incredible, and so that was very nice. It was, I think it was one of the best things that our district in its history has ever done. In regards to pay and supplemental, teachers in retirement have a separate supplemental fund. So it's like a bonus when you retire. And so you need to understand that you'll get that back. But when I was a restaurant manager, we worked off of bonuses. It was always highly taxed. Bonuses get highly taxed.
Yeah.
Where it is.
If the district releases information to members, like I didn't know that, so T is still looking into it, like tell members that, tell your employees.
I don't know, it's always been that way. And then the Intergovernmental Council, I need somebody to cover for me on August 2nd. I will not be able to do that.
It's a Saturday?
No, it's a Wednesday.
Is it on
It is
Zoom?
Wednesday.
Yeah, it's Wednesday,
The
August
second's a
2nd
Wednesday? Oh,
at 4 o'clock. As I will not be able to do that.
potentially I can do that. Let me check my calendar.
Okay,
And I'll
it's
let you
at the
know.
Board of Supervisors where they meet.
You'd have
And-
to tell me, I've never been to a board of
On Fourth
supervisors.
Street.
On Fourth Street.
Right across
Right.
the courthouse.
Okay, oh, from the courthouse, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So,
Yeah, I'll let you know, I'll check my
yeah,
calendar.
it's right next to the symbol, the rock.
Oh, yeah, I've not seen that either, except on Facebook. The Rock.
So that's, and the Intergovernmental Council meeting in July was canceled.
Oh, okay,
That's it for me.
thank you,
Nothing to report.
okay. You're new.
Thank you.
I was able to attend the performance at R.O. Hardin. It was the last day of summer school, and it was absolutely wonderful. It was the dance, the music. The parents were so happy.
Aw.
They were actually excited. The
That's
kids were excited. It was a wonderful opportunity for the kids and the parents. It was great. It's good. That's it.
Wonderful. I have nothing to report for July or June and July. So thank you. And future agenda items, does anybody?
I don't know how we want to do it, and I don't know how the cabinet wants to do it, but utilizing the demographic report, what's the plan, and how do we want to use that information to look forward? And in other words, because some of this stuff looked like maybe next year we might be in trouble. So how fast do we need to move? Where do we need to move? Are we, what are we going to do here? And I don't know if you want to have the facilities committee meet before you do a presentation to the board. I don't know. I'm just bringing this up, but it's something that we have to discuss.
I think we need the right information first.
Well, that would be helpful.
And then I agree, we do need to have, discussions like that, but we're also going to be meeting as of August 10th for goal setting for this upcoming school year. So it might be a good time to discuss at our, 30,000 foot level, what kind of direction to give to our superintendent regarding that.
The special board meeting?
It's August 26th.
Oh, sorry.
Like August 10th.
I'm sorry, because that was because of your thing, I know, August 26th, so you have time, we all have time, this is good. Sorry, that was one of the options.
Right.
Okay.
So we have to move on this, and Superintendent Sanchez, how would you like to guide us? I mean, what do you think we should be doing here?
Well, I think that August 26th will be a really important date because you will be setting the goals for the district and my goals as, a superintendent.
Right.
But August 26th would allow for the district to receive and review the information in regards to new developments that may not be on the report and share them with the demographer, give them turnaround time, and hopefully get an update back
Right.
for that August 26th.
So you'll make that a date that they need to hit?
Yes, that'll be part of the timeline.
Okay. So I don't know if we need to make that a future agenda item for September, or?
Well, we won't.
We don't know
You
yet.
will discuss on August 26th what goals you would want me to focus on. And if the demographer's report is a goal that you want to incorporate somehow, then that would be done at that time between all of you.
Right.
You would all have say in that.
Right. That's the only thing I have to, I just don't want us to, we have something big to look at here.
So many big things, so many big rocks. You have anything? Okay. It's a little early in the game, I suppose. It'll come.
I'm concerned about the validity of the subdivision report.
Right.
Yes, I think we all are.
And thank you for the data that you provided. It gives us a place to go. Trustee Toasty?
I'm good.
Okay. I don't have any additional agenda items, future agenda items. I think we already have a long list. So, any announcements or reminders? Well, we just talked about the date I had wrong, so that would have been a reminder. And okay, a motion to
Well, for, so Connor, just having the August, so having the calendar and
right.
the special.
So, thank you. Separately, the superintendent and I will approach you to talk about new board member orientation. And at that point, we'll talk about that date. We'll talk about getting you into the new board member orientation through CSBA and what other opportunities are available for you for education.
The virtual, I just saw they had an ad for the virtual Masters in Governance.
Yeah, I saw that too. I don't want, I get it, but I mean, I'm wondering if it's all
Maybe too much.
like too fast, too
Oh,
much,
that's
too
true.
fast. I don't overwhelm you.
Right.
But that does remind me about AEC. Is that in progress as far as?
That is in progress, so
Okay.
what I could do is add in, trustee O'Connor's name,
Well, we need to ask her if she's available.
if she's available, that's
But
right.
also, you know, she could take the first class, but she doesn't have to take the whole master's in government.
Right,
That's
right.
She could take one class that
Right.
would,
There's 5 classes.
And that
Yeah.
first one's pretty,
yeah,
it's pretty geared toward a new
it is
member,
geared
so,
towards that,
yeah.
so I think
Is it
maybe.
virtual?
Yes.
You can, of course, yes, you can take it virtually.
Or you can take it in Sunnyvale. Now they're opening it up. I just don't want her to lose out on the virtual.
Right, got it.
So,
So, and, yeah, so we'll talk more. Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And a second?
Second?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we adjourn at 9 o'clock on the dot. That's great. Thank you, everyone.